concerning training programs. So the Seplat people, they have really helped us to bring this agony, which I call agony, to an end by giving us an ultramodern center for conducting our experiments. So on behalf of myself, my students, and the school, the Ogbe community, we say we are grateful and we will ever remain grateful. Thank you.
You always stay. Don't give some for you. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for being so timely. We're waiting for the Honorable Commissioner for Education so that we can kickstart. We're all set here. Thank you all for being so timely. We appreciate it.
Be accepted either in any examination condition or in anything we are doing concerning training programs. So the Seplat people, they have really helped us to bring this agony, which I call agony, to an end by giving us an ultramodern center for conducting our experiments. So on behalf of myself, my students, and the school, the Yobe community, we say we are grateful and we ever remain grateful. Thank you.
To the pride of the land, the founding fathers of labor, and our time to serve is now. The glory of the new Edo nation will forever be our pride. Beautiful Edo, glorious Edo, you're the heartbeat of Nigeria, beautiful Edo, glorious Edo, stars are singing over you. You're the land people dream to be. Our treasures are found in all nations, and our greatness is second to none. Our history forever shall be written, how our kings have endured night. A people cultured in unity, our hearts beat for the land. Rich culture, stories of heroes, legacies forever be. Beautiful Adam, glorious Adam, you're the heartbeat of Nigeria. Beautiful Adam, glorious Adam, stars are singing over you. You're the land people dream to be. Unite and stand with each other, forgive and let it go. Together we can stand, come what may, and our future lies in us. Teach our children to teach their children what our fathers taught. To fear and love the Creator, only then shall we succeed. Beautiful Adam, glorious Adam, you're the heartbeat of Nigeria. Beautiful Adam, glorious Adam, stars are singing over you. You're the land people dream to be.
Thank you very much. While you're still standing, please can we have the national anthem? Did I hear a round of applause for the anthem? Thank you very much. You may all be seated. It's not complete as Nigerians if we do not say an opening prayer. And I have a very close friend who often prays when we're having events. Mrs. Gladys Idehe, are you here? Please come and give us a short opening prayer. Short opening prayer. Please, a round of applause for her.
Hallelujah. Please can we be upstanding? In Jesus' name. Father, we just exalt your holy name this morning. Oh, we give you praise. We exalt you. Thank you for, it's another history-making ceremony in the history of Edo State, in the history of Seplat, and in the history of Ihogbe College. Oh, we commit all that we shall do here today into your able hands. We ask, oh God, that you take absolute control, that at the end of it all, we'll all have cause to glorify your name. Be thou exalted, be thou glorified. In Jesus' name we pray.
Thank you very much. Jewel, maybe we can move this podium because this is a standing place. Thank you once again for being so early and timely here. We're going to make this very brisk. My name is Charles Ifediba. Before I call the first person to speak, it's appropriate that we recognize a couple of dignitaries right here. I'll start with the last person who came in, the Honorable Commissioner for Education, Edo State, Dr. Joan Oviawe. Please, a round of applause for her. Then I'll swing to the left a little bit. From Delta State, Senator Ifeanyi Okowa, the Executive Governor of Edo State, here represented today by the Permanent Secretary, the Ministry of basic and secondary education, Mr. Augustine Ohono. A round of applause for him. And always looking deeper, one of the directors we love to cherish at Seplat Energy. Today, staying with us here is our Director New Energy, Mr. Effiong Okong. Please call him Effie. And of course, my own very leader, the amazing, as we always call her, Dr. Chioma Nwachukwu. She's also a Director of Seplat Energy, Director External Affairs and Sustainability. And to her immediate left, of course, also a very good friend of the house. She is the Permanent Secretary for the Information and Communication Ministry, Mrs. Bajita Eno Okodua. A round of applause for her. I don't know if I swing to this side, we have quite a lot of dignitaries. Oh yes, we have from Abuja and some people from the private sector. We have, in no particular order, Mr. Yinka Kibu. Please, a round of applause for him. We have Audrey Edoga from Microsoft. A round of applause for her. And the Sustainability Professionals Association, Institute of Nigeria, is represented here by the chairperson, if I am correct, in the person of Kemi Shukenu Morris. A round of applause for her. So swinging over to this side by the School Management Board, we have Honorable Mr. Victor Enogama. Are you here, please? Very timely gentleman. He was here quite early, helping me put the place together. Thank you very much, sir. We have Barrister I.K. Idiado, Mrs. Adesua Adua, Mr. Nosakari Ebezugba. We have a lot of people. Thank you also very much. I cannot mention everybody. Let's go straight in for why we are here today. Cameraman, you might need to reposition because this is where I want my people to stand, so that I'll put them in the hot sun a little while. All right, so the very first thing is we're going to have a remark that will welcome us, and no other person to do that than Dr. Chioma Nwachukwu, the Director, External Affairs and Sustainability, Seplat.
Wow, and the sun just chose to come more intense. Good morning, everyone. It's really a delight to see everyone and thank everyone for being here. For this day is a wonderful day, and the lady that prayed for us said it's a historic day. And it is indeed a historic day. But let me start by a few protocols by greeting His Excellency Senator Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa, who is here represented ably by our friend Mr. Austin, who is always supporting us. Augustine, who is always supporting us. Thank you for being here and representing the governor, and also in your own capacity. We also thank the Secretary of the State Government of Delta State again, here ably represented again by Chief Patrick Oka. And that's the Secretary of the State Government himself, but he's represented by Mr. Jude Modi. Thank you again for being here to represent us. And of course, we come to our state that is hosting us today, where we are staying, the Edo State, ably represented by our amiable Commissioner for Education, Dr. Joan Ovia. Thank you very much. We are really appreciative. And coming with you is also Commissioner for Secondary School Education for Delta State is Mrs. Rose Izewo. Thank you, Madam, for coming here. This indeed shows that everybody who is... This indeed shows that we have love for Nigeria. That's why we want to play the national anthem again. Because anybody that has anything to do for education indeed has love for Nigeria, because education is the bedrock for what? For productivity, for development, for national growth. And having greeted a few people, please, everybody who are here, you are very welcome. For you to come here today means you are sharing with us in that spirit of doing the best we can to improve quality education. I must say that why we're here today is to launch our STEAM laboratory. The STEAM laboratory is being donated by Seplat Energy PLC and our partners to the secondary schools in Edo and Delta states. Today is the first launch, and this STEAM education is as to help us unleash the potentials of every student, assist them in developing their science, engineering, mathematics, and art skills by using technology to create, collaborate, and complete projects. The STEAM laboratory is also will be supported by solar energy, and it will have internet access, providing teachers technology enhanced environment where they can get the students to perform project-based science learning for all students in this school. It is designed to help students to work as a team, apply the knowledge in the advanced creative ways. Now, I must say, why STEAM laboratory? Some years ago, we deployed, 2020 to be exact, we deployed our Seplat Teachers Empowerment Programme. And the Seplat Teachers Empowerment Programme is based on teaching teachers how to deploy the STEAM education. So, and the STEAM education would need to be practicalized. So we know that when they go back to their schools, they have laboratories, but of course the laboratories are not addressing specifically the STEAM education. So we are donating STEAM education to encourage whatever they've learned to be able to apply it in the schools where they are. And the benefit of this, of course, is enabling the students to prepare a bit what we have used to what we have in the STEAM laboratory. In the STEAM laboratory, you will find gadgets that will enable them build technology, even robotic. I mean, we have all seen robots before, and it looked like, how did people do it? This must be from geniuses. So this must be very scientific-driven people. We know that our children are full of talents and potentials. We're equipping them to do and replicate science-driven solutions. And some of them will be things that we use every day. For example, why did we choose this school? This school had teachers who had passed through the STEAM education. And these teachers came up with power bank. Please, can we clap for them, please? They came up with power bank using our STEAM application. So that is what, with little or no infrastructure in their school. So imagine what they will come up with now that they have the STEAM laboratory. So we're hoping that, and we know for sure, that the zeal shown by over 600 teachers we have trained through STEAM education, and over 25,000 students we have touched through our STEP education, this will be a wow opportunity for the state, and indeed for Nigeria. So it's going to come to Edo and Delta in the first instance, but we know that this is a program that will be able to magnify to ensure that education quality is improved, students' competencies are built, and we're able to ensure national growth for today and for tomorrow. So as Seplat, we are happy that we are supporting SDG 4. And again, SDG 4 means that we're supporting education that will enable people to have an opportunity to be self-sustenance when they have been able to deploy the skills they have learned through this process. I welcome everybody. It's going to be a very short program, but we have a longer program which I'm also inviting everybody to join us, where we'll be graduating the crop of STEP teachers who have gone through the program in the last couple of months. That ceremony will follow shortly after this, but at another venue. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chioma Nwachukwu. As she was talking, I was listening intently, and it all started seeming new to me. I was like, wow, Seplat Energy did this, fantastic. All right, just because before I call on our other director to talk, there are some people I must recognize here. I did not catch the entrance of the Commissioner for Secondary and Basic Education, Delta State, Mrs. Rose Ezeu. She's represented today by the Director of Schools, Mrs. Kehinde Odehewo. Please a round of applause for her. And two other people I cannot but mention, the Board Secretary SSEB, Mr. Osawe Osage. Where are you? Please stand up to be recognized. Thank you very much. And of course, the Trade Union Congress for Edo State Chairman, Comrade Aiwo Moanhui. Did I get that right? All right. He's been with me all day. Thank you very much. All right, moving on. Since we cannot have all our big fishes most times, we have one today. And before we call on the Honorable Commissioner, I would like to hear from our Director of New Energy in Seplat, Effie Okon.
Thank you very much, Charles. Hello, good morning. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I think it's always a delight to be back in Edo State. This is my state. You might see my name is a bit strange one, right? Even though I'm Effie Okon, but my mom is from Edo State. So my mom is Auchi. So, Wado, Koyo, Koyo, Mo. So it's always a delight for me to back. We come to Benin a lot. So thank you very much for hosting us. And apart from that, I also went to Uniben. I spent about 5 years in Uniben here. So Benin is also a big home to me, long time ago. So I would like to stand on the existing protocol, and I'll say just a few words just to build on Dr. C's point. First and foremost, a big thank you to Edo State for hosting us, not just around the lab and the school. You know, we have a very big investment in Edo State. Oben is a big field we operate. We bought from Shell. So there's all kinds of strategic interests we have in this state. So I'd like to say thank you for giving us this opportunity. And let me just talk a bit about education. So if you look at the lab today, globally, all the major discoveries are actually made from the lab, right? Whether it's the Microsoft computers we use today, it was discovered in the lab by Bill Gates so many years ago. The recent COVID pandemic we've all faced, the drive towards developing vaccine all started from laboratory. So you can see why it's strategic, why Seplat has decided to invest in this initiative. It's a very fundamental part of our society. Science drives the world. So if you look at the STEAM initiative, science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, it used to be called STEM before, but now brought in arts, because arts drives creative thinking. So in the lab work, you do lots of experiment, research, and you bring creative thinking, and that's how discoveries are made globally. So I think it's a great privilege for us to be part of this journey. Dr. C did mention how we started with the STEP program, training teachers, and now we're taking it to the next level by investing in the lab. If you go around the lab today, you'll see all sort of amazing gadgets. You know, we're looking at the physics side. When I think Esther was taking me around, you have the arts, you have physics, you have the chemistry part. So I think it's going to be a big change to how students learn. How then do we unleash the potential in these children of ours? I'm sure most of you have children here. Children are very, very fast at learning these days. And I think for us as Seplat, we're really committed to this is not just like a fluke. We also think about sustainability. So when you come here 10 years' time, how will this lab look like? And that's the problem we have in a lot of this social investment across Nigeria. Companies go and invest and they take off. That's not the Seplat model. So we're here with you, the commissioner. We're committed to being here. And you know, companies will always last. Government will come and go. Be rest assured that Seplat will be here for the long term to support the initiative. The other point I also like to mention, if you look at the roof today, you see solar panel. So Seplat 2 years ago, we changed our strategy. We started with producing oil and gas. We're now looking at what we call new energy. What is new energy? New energy is how do we move to a world where there's low carbon intensity based energy? Because fossil fuel has got a bad impact on the environment. But what we're doing at Seplat now is we're going to keep investing in oil business, but we'll use that cash flow to now invest in new energy. New energy covers gas, covers bringing LPG to the population, so access to energy. It covers looking at solar. Solar is a big source of blessing to Nigeria because we have a high sun density. So we see a lot of solar investments Seplat will be getting into as we move forward. So this lab will be powered by the solar panels. It's got battery for storage, so we don't have to rely on the grid power or generator that's polluting the environment. That's another positive impact we're making to the environment. So clean energy, sustainability, critical to our business, and that's what we're demonstrating here. Finally, we look forward to working with the kids. You know, kids like to collaborate and unleash talent, and I hope we'll find a student here one day that will discover the next element on the what's that table called? The chemical periodic table. Thank you so much, and wishing you a very productive session. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Effie. our director, New Energy in Seplat Energy. And as you can see, the first thing he was looking at was the new energy that we're looking at there. Thank you very much, Effie. All right, right about now, we would like to welcome the Honorable Commissioner for Education, Edo State, Dr. Joan Oviawe, to speak to us. We always enjoy listening to her.
Good morning, everyone. Let me start by acknowledging His Excellency, the Governor of Delta State, Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa, represented here today, and the commissioners from Delta State also represented, and all the delegation from Delta State here present, and led by the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, up and there. The Director of Sustainability, Seplat, Dr. Shoma Wanchuku. Welcome again. You are in Benin so often, you might as well have a satellite office here. We would love to host a Seplat office in Benin. The Director of New Energy, Seplat, Mr. Ifeanyi Okon. As I was mentioning to him a few minutes ago, I said, welcome home. So it's nice to have people identify with where they come from. Permanent Secretary, Edo State ICT Agency, Dr. Begita Okoduga. The Executive Principal of Iogbe Secondary School, Barrister Johnson Gwoba Egarira. Members of the Iogbe School Management Board, led by Honorable Victor Nogama, old students of this illustrious school, the teachers of it. Where are the teachers? Good job, you! Teachers of this school, members of the community, Wadomo Ituwayafe Domosa, and every other person, staff of the Edo State Ministry of Education, the board secretary of our secondary school Education Board, Mr. Osawe, and every other director and staff of SSEB and the ministry here present. Welcome. We are very excited as an education ecosystem to be here today and to welcome you, all of you, most in particular, Seplat. We're grateful for what you are doing to support our work in Edo State. His Excellency Governor Godwin Noregase Obaseki has prioritized education in Edo State. And that is why since 2017, when His Excellency launched the Edo State Basic Education Sector Transformation, known as Edo Best, we have focused at the basic level on foundational literacy and numeracy. Coincidentally, just last year, His Excellency Governor Obaseki launched Edo Best 2.0. 2.0 is no longer an acronym, but an aspiration that Edo State wants to be the best at every level of education. And so for us, secondary education is a priority. Once our kids have acquired foundational literacy and numeracy, the next step is what kind of secondary education are they going to encounter? And so this gift from Seplat is a welcome one. We're very grateful for it. And I want to assure you that this school is going to put this STEM lab to use. As a ministry, we are going to ensure that the secondary school board is on top of this school and the teachers of this school to make sure that this is not just another installation that will gather dust, but that this STEM lab is the beginning of a turning around of this school. The other reason I am so excited about this gift from Seplat to this school is that we have already earmarked Iogbe Secondary School as a magna school for science and technology. Because for Governor Obaseki, the next generation of Edo children, the next generation of every Edo child must have access to quality education, irrespective of how economically blighted the neighborhood might be, irrespective of the socioeconomic status of their parents. And so I could go on, but one of the things that we are very appreciative to Seplat about is the fact that you don't just come in and do stuff. You don't come in like a thief at night or like the biblical Nicodemus and put whatever it is you want to do and you go, and then you start making noise that you have done CSRO. But the fact that you listen to your host communities, you come up with your ideas, and you see how it aligns with the goals and priorities of your host communities, make Seplat a template and an exemplar for corporate Nigeria in the area of CSRO. So on that note, I want to thank all of you. I want to welcome you all again to Benin City and to Iogbe College. And I am very excited. I'm seeing pictures, so I can't wait to see the lab. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That round of applause was not enough for her. Thank you so very much. As she's seated, I'll be telling, let us recognize the community, because you recognize so many people. And I would like to also mention that we have some people from the community. I like to call them the three wise men. The Utoko of Benin Kingdom is here, representing the community. Please, a round of applause for him. The Odion warrior of Nosayaba is here, Pa Aigbe, and Chief Richard Egage, the Owelba of Benin Kingdom. This shows that we try to move with the community wherever we go to. Okay, just before we go on the tour, I'd like Okowa, the executive governor of Delta State, to come and give us a little of what we are to expect. A round of applause for Mr. Augustine Ohono, the permanent secretary.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Commissioner for Education, Dr. Joan Obiawe, Madam, kindly permit me to adopt the sequence of protocol already established for want of time. I'm glad to be here today, and as always, anything associated with Seplat, I'm always enthusiastic about it because of the outcome. Announcements are made. Between Edo and Delta, we are in the forefront of this program. Now, going back to my route, which is Delta State, the administration of Senator Dr. Ato Ifeanyi has made tremendous efforts at investing in education in terms of human capital development, teachers recruitment, teachers retraining, and to that effect, he has established a teachers professional development center in Delta State, where the teachers go both at the basic, lower basic, mid, and the senior secondary school. Recruitments are done regularly to replace old hands who are stepping out, and in doing so, the core of the population is on science-based teachers, technology, and so on. That is to enable us key into the fourth industrial revolution. And more to that, we found out that teachers' welfare in Delta is paramount. And of course, Delta is one of the states that has adopted the 65 years retirement age for teachers. So government cannot do it all alone because the resources are scarce. Therefore, collaboration is needed. And this is why and how we are always excited to work with Seplat, who will say have chosen the core of the essence of our society, which is the education sector, in most of their interventions. They do a whole lot of things, but education is one that is so exciting to all of us. The STEM lab you have here, one is developed in Delta as well. So we are here today very happy to join Seplat and to join our sister state, Edo, in launching this laboratory. And we wish Seplat many more fruitful years in their businesses. I will pray the good Lord to bless them much more. Oba Tokwe.
Thank you very much, sir. While he was talking, I was amazed that he told everybody here that we do have a similar lab like this built in Delta State by Seplat, and nobody clapped. Thank you. Because you might not all be privy to being able to go about the lab. We have had some people talk. I would like to call on the CSR manager, Esther Icha, to come take the microphone from me and call our directors forward and some of the dignitaries. Esther Icha, a round of applause for her, please, and take the dignitaries on a tour of this lab that we are talking so much about. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. Please, we all cannot go into the hall at the same time, so I just believe, Charles, you let us know those that will go. Thank you.
Okay, since it's back to me, let's start from here. All right, the Honorable Commissioner, please, is your state. Our Director, New Energy. Our Governor of Delta State, of course. Oh, and this way. Mr. Dr. Okudua, of course, the Secretary to the State Government of Delta State, represented today by Mr. Jude Modi, and the Commissioner for Education. Thank you. Since we cannot have fantastic, why don't you come and perform for us here while we wait as they go inside? All right. I'd like to invite one of the three wise men. This is your community. You have to join. So that you can understand what we are bringing.
And as we said outside, we are privileged to have teachers who are already trained in the STEM education. And this school has shown a lot of zeal and dedication to apply STEM education. And we're happy that I'm sure that this STEM lab will be put to good use. And we as a company, Seplat Energy and our partners, we are committed to ensuring that it is powered by internet supply. Now we've done for 1 year, so we don't have to worry about that. So coming here, we're sure we'll replicate that. It is powered by all these gadgets, which Esther will take us around and explain, so that the children, once they come back and start to utilize the lab, they don't have anything that so just from them being able to achieve the projects in the school. But very importantly, it is powered by this projector. If you look at this projector, it will be internet, and they will have access to the world. And when I mean access to the world, our STEM education has an e-learning platform, and on that e-learning platform, you are taught how to use all this. So it's not just a guesswork or trying to read instructions and trying to understand how to do it and get frustrated and drop it. They will drool there, watch how people are doing it, watch the instructions, and be motivated and inspired to replicate that inside this lab. So within this room, we have all the need to excel. And as a company, we're committed to ensuring continuous supply and sustenance of this program. And we count on the school principal. I don't know if he's here, but he showed so much zeal and interest since yesterday that we've been here trying to set this up. So this school, this staff lab is surely in good hands. Thank you very much, Barrister, and we really count on you. And of course, Honorable Commissioner, we know you will be the oversight function that is required. We're going to give it. There's no doubt about it. Thank you very much.
Okay, what we have, this class can seat 30 students at a time. And what we have done is we understand that everybody cannot do the experiment at the same time. So we have created a fabrication center. And then when you come to this table, you are expected to couple to whatever ideas you have. So on each table, or each student has a set of working tools and accessories. We have an example of one of the projects that will be here. We have robotics, and here there is a solar rover here. They replicate it. They have all of the tools provided for them, and then they can also come up with their own initiatives or their own solutions to environmental problems or any problems in the society. We need to go this way so that I'll take you through. So we have chemicals here, because we are going to be dealing with a lot of batteries, solar, and all sorts of engineering stuff. So we have our chemicals here. But we're going to protect these chemicals. They will be in this fireproof cabinet, and it will be locked up so that you don't have access to fall into the wrong hands. So this side will be basically for mixtures and anything that has to do with, you can see there's a fire extinguisher there, just in case there's any, God forbid, any issues of fire. We have equipped this lab with five desktops. 4 for the students and 1 for the teacher. The 1 for the teacher is still up there because we have to put something there. So here is where they have a gateway to the world. Here is where the students can articulate anything, see what others are doing, and then come to their tables to replicate whatever it is they have seen. Then we have for the arts. Same is science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. We didn't leave the arts out, so students have their materials to work. We have poster colors, we have brushes, we have the ESO, and then the canvas. But most of it cannot be up here right now because we were constrained for space. So we can have science students come in and then art students come in, but we will discuss with the state, with the school to see how we can manage this very well. So we have a physics center here. Engineering, we have transistors, we have volt machines, batteries, and all the things that students will need to be able to develop any kind of motor, any kind of science materials. Of course, they have the projector, or the platforms that we are creating. We have over 100 platforms that we can key into to get different STEM projects in line with recycling, in line with reusable things. So you will see that once they have that knowledge, they will translate that knowledge using any of these materials that is here. We have a 5G MTN powered router, so they have 1 year complete internet in this place. Then, of course, the speaker, just in case we have a teacher that cannot project loud enough. Here is the screen for the projector. From any part of this classroom, everybody can see the screen. Unfortunately, we can't see anything because we have started. So it's well equipped. I will continuously equip them. We have several robotics that we expect that within a year, the students will have done anything to do with motion, frequency, velocity, solar, and energy. So all of the robotics are going to, for 1 year, we believe that when we come back to see what the students have done, we will actually see a solar powered house. We'll see a solar powered house. Thank you. Now, this is the project from our STEM teachers. We had some graduate STEM teachers, Seplat Teachers Empowerment Programme, who through the model training have developed this power banks. They have different types of power banks, but what is most impressive here is the fact that this particular power bank can actually power a system. And because they have used recycled materials from systems, computers, they are able to do a power bank that can stay 24 hours. Wow. So this is really, really, really impressive. It's more than 24 hours. So we have, how many teachers here? 3 of you, 3 teachers, and they came up with this. These are for sale, and we are so impressed that they have put that knowledge back into something that is economically viable. So that's basically what we have here in the lab, and it's solar powered. Unfortunately, we had some delays with the solar panels coming. The police did not understand why they were carrying a lot of batteries. So that's why it's not being solar powered now. But it's actually supposed to be 24-hour solar power. And I believe that it will serve the purpose it was created for. We have other accessories that are here to make the children comfortable. There's actually a water dispenser, which is not here right now. And then we have the waste bins on both sides of the hall. Lucky for us, we have 2 doors just in case anything happens. We don't pay for any such things. So it's a well thought out process, and I believe it will do just what it was created to do. We have a lot of storage. The storage, because we know students can have things they want to keep, so we have very good storage here. We have reinforced the windows because of vandalization and then access to this. So all of the windows here are reinforced. Even the roof is reinforced. So we believe that everything here is safe. So at this point, I want to hand over the keys to FB to do the
Principal, so I'd like to hand over the key to you, same commissioner. We hope it's like when you hand over your daughter for marriage, right? We hope and pray that this will be great investment to check our children. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. And I also want to hand over this precious key to the executive principal of this school. Principal, this is a wonderful thing that has been done for your school. And when we come back in 6 months, I hope to see this place rated now with time. And I have every faith in you that you take this, maintain it, and ensure that your students are learning from it. Thank you.
Let's see the key.
we are now outside so that we can hear from the principal and have our protocol.
All right.
Let's go outside. Principal, Barrister Johnson Agariba would like to hear from you outside.
Thank you.
With the Ministry of Education, neither Edo or Delta. They're going to look in the STEAM lab. They are led by Dr. Honorary COSA, Maurice Atoki. She is also a member of the Sustainability Professionals Institute of Nigeria, followed by Audrey Adogo. Audrey Odogu works as the philanthropy lead for Microsoft, followed by Kemi Shokenu Morris, chairperson of the board of Sustainability Professionals Institute of Nigeria, and of course followed by the man all the way from Abuja, Mr. Yinka Akibu. Yinka is a specialist in monitoring and evaluation. So we're very happy to have them here. He's on a special project, the Spotlight Initiative of the UNDP. Whatever you do without having some measure of monitoring and evaluation, you haven't done much. So they are going to look at the whole, and I know that going forward, maybe in a year or two, they are going to come and look at it again and to know if it is serving its purpose. Thank you. We'd like to have, sorry, while we sit down, we'll do this outside again. We'll do this outside because we want to hear from the executive principal of the school. Please, let's all be seated. Let's all be seated, please. We will have protocol here. All right. All right. May we all be seated? May we all be seated? We are taking all of another 5 minutes here, and we are calling it a day and moving to the hall. Sorry, people, teachers, can we hear ourselves talk here? Silence, please. Silence, please. Thank you. I'd like to, at this time, invite Barrister Johnson Negariva, the principal of Iyogbe College, to tell us what he feels and probably give us a vote of thanks for the day. A round of applause for him, please.
Thank you. I'm wondering where to start from, but I will start from the beginning. Your Excellency present, representative of the Delta State Governor, Honorable Fayokowa. Your Excellency, the Governor of Edo State, also here represented by our Honorable Commissioner, and my Honorable Commissioner, ma'am, all other protocols duly observed. I want to start by saying that Iyogbe College, since the inception of this administration, is blessed. We have never had it so good for the past 4 or 5 years now, starting with the borehole, starting with the library, starting with the renovation of the classrooms by the old students, and today, a crown of glory, the Seplat Multi-Purpose Lab. I want to especially thank the Ministry of Education under the able leadership of our Honorable Commissioner, Dr. John Osaviawe, who has tremendously demonstrated her interest in this school. She has visited this school, I can't count how many times. Weekends, weekdays, holidays, she comes here to see what is happening. Madam, I'm grateful to you. I will say that we are most grateful to Seplat. My students have been attending all Seplat competition. There was a time Iyogbe College was the last man standing among government schools in Edo State. They were in the 8th position, but they were the last man standing in a government school, which showed that something is wrong somewhere. They were in the 8th position because we were to go to Delta State for a competition with Edo Delta. We have taken part in all competitions, and they have also come here sometimes to give encouragement to my students that have been going there. This is born out of interest for sciences. Out of the robots we have here, now we are having the sunshine in a lab. And that will boost our courage, our commitment in this school to make Edo proud in the area of sciences. I will say that we want to thank Seplat again for adopting Iyogbe College. It is #1 in the country, I was told yesterday. The one in Delta, permit me to say it if it's not completed yet, Honorable His Excellency, it has not been, Iyogbe College is the first. We want to take that first in the country. Then Delta, when it is completed, it becomes second in the country. So this has been commissioned, that has not been commissioned. So we are a step ahead. So I want to thank everybody today for finding time to come. And not only that, I want to appeal that though we have security here based on we have the night watchmen and one day watch. We are going to beef up security within the school. Because what you see there is a multi-million naira project, if not billion. So we have to protect what you have given to us. We want to assure Seplat. We will do that. We will make sure that that project and every other project in the school will be protected. We will improve on security. Lastly, we have teachers. Like you have just been told, 3 of my teachers created the power bank, which was endorsed and accepted for production by Seplat. And somebody asked me how much. I couldn't say anything because Seplat invested in that project. And they will tell us how much it will cost, but the money will go to the school. I plead. So having said that also, I want to be grateful to Almighty God for a fair weather, for a good day like this. I want to also appeal that Seplat, you went round yesterday. I was with you when we went round. And I want to plead that you adopt the school as your child so that you have done this. We want to plead for more things because you saw it like Oliver Twist. We want more. Government alone cannot do all. And you have started it. And having seen my school yesterday, I know you were impressed. And today we are here celebrating positivism. Once again, thank you very much. I remain committed. But before I go, training of teachers in this area. I was with you there. We have science teachers, but there are still things we have to train and retrain them. If possible, I want to appeal to the Honorable Commissioner for posting of science teachers so that what we saw there will be put to maximum use. We saw fine arts there. We saw creative act there. Teachers have to teach. They can't be there. I will not allow them to be there. Thank you very much, ma'am.
A very big round of applause for Barrister Johnson Agariba. He is not the proverbial Oliver. He is actually the proverbial climber who climbed the Iroko tree, seeing Seplat here, seeing his honorable commissioner here, started plucking all that he could pluck. Thank you very much. Okay, so we also thank him specially because I'm sure you all know it's been mentioned that this is a special school. There's somebody there doing some translation for students there. You can all see. And talking about that, it is time to close for today and go for our second program. I'd like to call on the students of Iogbe College. Thank God. Please come and give us a closing prayer before the national anthem. A round of applause for her, please.
Praise the Lord. Please let us stand up as we pray. In Jesus' name. Father, Lord, we thank you for this wonderful day. Oh, Lord, we say may your name be highly exalted in the mighty name of Jesus. Father, as this great day is coming to an end today now, oh, Lord, Father, may you guide us and protect us in the mighty name of Jesus. Father, we commit this Seplat into your hands, Lord. Father, may they grow in strength and unity, oh, Lord. Father, may this Seplat never end like this, oh, Lord, in the mighty name of Jesus. We cover all of us with the precious blood of Jesus. We commit our various lives into your hands, Lord, in the mighty name of Jesus. Father, all the dignitaries that are here, oh, Lord, may you guide them and protect them, oh, to their family, oh, Lord, in the mighty name of Jesus. We cover ourselves with the precious blood of Jesus. As we cover the school, Iogbe College with the precious blood of Jesus. Cover our commissioner with the precious blood of Jesus. Father, we thank you, Lord. We worship you, Lord. Be that exalted, be that magnified, Lord. Father, this will not be the end gathering. We are going to gather here, Lord, in the mighty name of Jesus. Thank you, Father. I worship you. Be that exalted, be that magnified. For you alone is worthy to be praised. In Jesus' name we pray.
Amen. Please, can we clap for Thank God Glory? Now it figures why she has a name like that. Thank God Glory. As we are all upstanding, let us have the national anthem to close for the day. Thank you all very much. From here, we are going to be going to the Homeville Hall to continue the program. Please let us have the students here come and dance us out of Ihugbe College. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Yodo, 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 anabeba weo, anabije weo. Yodo, 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 anabeba weo, anabije weo. Yodo, 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 Samarega yaeo. Iyogbe yoko dudu lawi mare masira maso lawave irive do mayo agesive te ire do ma fafa o si maye do leno baye iyogbe yoko dudu lawi mare masira maso lawave irive do mayo agesive te ire do ma fafa o si maye, do leno baye.
and the school, the Ogbe community, we say we are grateful and we will ever remain grateful. Thank you. My name is Bizugbe Sakai. I'm a physics and mathematics teacher in Ogbe. Behind me is the doorway into our former lab. I joined this school as Edo years in 2011. So since then I'll be teaching the sciences and we are using this lab, and you can see it's very good now, and somehow God and His mercy the Seplat team to assist us. Many of the things here you can see they are no longer functional. We try to use them. This brings error into our experimental works, and you know when error comes into your experimental works and the result is no longer accepted, cannot be accepted either in any examination condition or in anything we are doing concerning training programs. So the Seplat people, they have really helped us to bring this agony, which I call agony, to an end by giving us an ultramodern center for conducting our experiments. So on behalf of myself, my students, and the school, the Ogbe community, we say we are grateful and we will ever remain grateful. Thank you. school as EDOYES through 2011. So since then I've been teaching the sciences, and we have been using this lab, and you can see it's very good now, and some are God and His mercy, the Seplat team to assist us. Many of the things here you can see they are no longer functional. We try to use them. This brings error into our experimental works, and when error comes into your experimental works, and the result is no longer accepted, cannot be accepted either in any examination condition or in anything we are doing concerning training programs. So the Seplat people, they have really helped us to bring this agony, which I call agony, to an end by giving us an ultramodern center for conducting our experiments. So on behalf of myself, my students, and the school, the Ogbe community, we say we are grateful, and we will ever remain grateful. Thank you. My name is Sakai. I'm a physics and mathematics teacher in Ogbe. Behind me is the doorway into our former lab. I joined the school as EDOYES through 2011. So since then I've been teaching the sciences, and we have been using this lab, and you can see it's very good now, and somehow God and His mercy, the Seplat team to assist us. Many of the things here you can see they are no longer functional. We try to use them. This brings error into our experimental works, and when error comes into your experimental works, and the result is no longer accepted, cannot be accepted either in any examination condition or in anything we are doing concerning training programs. So the Seplat people, they have really helped us to bring this agony, which I call agony, to an end by giving us an ultramodern center for conducting our experiments. So on behalf of myself, my students, and the school, Yobe community, we say we are grateful and we will ever remain grateful. Thank you. My name is Bizubin Sakai. I'm a physics and mathematics teacher in Yobe. Behind me is the doorway into our formal lab. I joined the school as Edo years through 2011. So since then I'll be teaching the sciences and we have been using this lab, and you can see it's very good now, and somehow God and His mercy wants the Seplat team to assist us. Many of the things here you can see they are no longer functional. We try to use them. This brings error into our experimental works, and you know when error comes into your experimental works, then the result is no longer accepted, cannot be accepted either in any examination condition or in anything we are doing concerning training programs. So the Seplat people, they have really helped us to bring this agony, which I call agony, to an end by giving us an ultramodern center for conducting our experiments. So on behalf of myself, my students, and the school, the Yobe community, we say we are grateful and we will ever remain grateful. Thank you. Bizugbe Sakai. I'm a physics and mathematics teacher in Yogbe. Behind me is the doorway into our formal lab. I joined this school as Edo years in 2011. So since then I've been teaching the sciences and we have been using this lab, and you can see it's very good now, and somehow God and His mercy wants the Seplat team to assist us. Many of the things here we can see they are no longer functional. We try to use them. This brings error into our experimental works, and you know when error comes into your experimental works and the result is no longer accepted, cannot be accepted either in any examination condition or in anything we are doing concerning training programs. So the Seplat people, they have really helped us to bring this agony, which I call agony, to an end by giving us an ultramodern center for conducting our experiments. So on behalf of myself, my students, and the school, the Yogbe community, we say we are grateful and we will ever remain grateful. Thank you. My name is Bizugbe Sakai. I'm a physics and mathematics teacher in Yogbe. Behind me is the doorway into our formal lab. I joined this school as Edo years in 2011. So since then I've been teaching the sciences and we have been using this lab, and you can see it's very good now, and somehow God and His mercy wants the Seplat team to assist us. Many of the things here we can see they are no longer functional. We try to use them. This brings error into our experimental works. You know when error comes into your experimental works and the result is no longer accepted, cannot be accepted either in any examination condition or in anything we are doing concerning training programs. So the Seplat people, they have really helped us to bring this agony, which I call agony, to an end by giving us an ultramodern center for conducting our experiments. So on behalf of myself, my students, and the school, the Ogbe community, we say we are grateful and we will ever remain grateful. Thank you.
All right, can I have, I'd like to see, Ukamaka Uwaifo here, please. Ukamaka Uwaifo. Please come this way so that I'll see you. You may all be seated.
I joined the school as Edo years in 2011. So since then I'll be teaching the sciences and we have been using this lab, and you can see it's very good now, and somehow God and His mercy, the Seplat team, to assist us. Many of the things here you can see they are no longer functional. We try to use them. This brings error into our experimental works, and you know when error comes into your experimental works and the result is no longer accepted, cannot be accepted either in any examination condition or in anything we are doing concerning training programs. So the Seplat people, Bizugbe Nusakai. I'm a physics and mathematics teacher in Yokwe. Behind me is the doorway into our formal lab. I joined this school as Edo years in 2011. So since then I'll be teaching the sciences and we will be using this lab, and you can see it's very good now, and somehow God and His mercy the Seplat team to assist us. Many of the things here you can see they are no longer functional. We try to use them. This brings error into our experimental works, and you know when error comes into your experimental works and the result is no longer accepted, cannot be accepted either. My name is Bizugbe Nusakai. I'm a physics and mathematics teacher in Yokwe. Behind me is the doorway into our formal lab. I joined this school as Edo years in 2011. So since then I'll be teaching the sciences and we will be using this lab. And you can see it's very good now, and somehow God and His mercy the Seplat team to assist us. Many of the things here you can see they are no longer functional. We try to use them. This brings error into our experimental works, and you know when error comes into your experimental works and the result is no longer accepted, cannot be accepted either in any examination condition or in anything we are doing concerning training programs. So the Seplat people, they have really helped us to bring this agony, which I call agony, to an end by giving us an ultramodern center for conducting our experiments. So, on behalf of myself, my students, and the school, the Ogbe community, we say we are grateful and we will ever remain grateful. Thank you.
let me see Hajarat. Please meet up with Mr. Emmanuel. I'll greet Mr. Elias. Please. It's urgent. All right, DJ. All right, DJ, soft music. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. Can you all hear me at the back? Can you all hear me at the back? It's sounding to me like I can only hear myself. Please, everybody be seated. We give an extra 5 minutes so that we can have the pressmen do their cutaway shots. Please let it be known that nobody is allowed to cross the front here, or else you will have me to attend to. And I'll let you know I have quite some special muscles. All right, having said that, before we start off, can the DJ please cue in the national anthem for us? Let's all start immediately. Let's all rise, please, for the national anthem. Thank you very much. While we still remain standing, I'd like to invite any teacher led by the Spirit to come and give us a short opening speech. Very short. All right, an opening prayer. Opening prayer. A round of applause for her, please.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. In Jesus' name. Father in heaven, we thank and exalt you, for you are the Alpha and Omega. There is no one like you. When you say yes, no one say no. And when you say no, no one say yes. According to Psalm 121, it said, we lift up our eyes unto the hills, for where does our help coming from? Our help coming from the Lord who made heaven and earth. He will not let our feet be moved. He will keep us below slumber. Behold, he who keep Israel shall never slumber nor sleep. The Lord is our keeper. The Lord is our shade at our right hand side. The sun shall not strike us by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve us from all evils. He shall preserve our soul. The Lord shall preserve our going out and coming in. From this effort we live forevermore. Let your name and holy your name, O Lord, be praised now and forevermore in Jesus' name. Thank you, Jesus.
All right, a round of applause for us. You get seated. The light is actually getting in my eyes and it's pretty interesting, but it looks like everywhere is so serious. My name is Charles Ifediba. I'll be the master of the ceremonies today. But before then, I'd like you all to know that today is a special day for the Seplat teachers who have been empowered. Seplat teachers! Seplat teachers! Now we are waking up. And Seplat teachers! Fantastic! That's how it should be. A round of applause for yourselves. All right, that's to introduce the teachers because I might not know all of them one by one. So now let us go into the mood to welcome our special guests. I have a long line of dignitaries today, but I'm going to go through them because a lot of people are interested in what Seplat Energy is doing. I'll start by welcoming His Excellency, Senator Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa, the Executive Governor of Delta State. He's represented today by a very good friend of the House, Mr. Augustine Ede Ogoro. He is the Permanent Secretary, Delta State Ministry of Basic and Science Education. I would like to welcome a friend of the House too, and His Excellency, Mr. Godwin Obaseki, the Executive Governor of Edo State, represented today by the Honorable Commissioner for Education, Edo State, Dr. Joan Oviawe. To her immediate right is the Director New Energy for Seplat Energy, Mr. Effiong Okon. We call him Effie. Effiong Okon. To our Honorable Commissioner's immediate left is our Director External Affairs and Sustainability, Dr. Chioma Nwachukwu, our amazing woman. All right, we also have the Speaker. We have the Secretary of the Delta State Government. He is represented today by, sorry, I missed that, Mr. Jude Modi. Please, a round of applause for him. We have the Commissioner for Secondary Education, Delta State, Mrs. Rose Ezeu, represented by Mrs. Kehinde Odehowo, the Director of Schools. We have the Honorable Commissioner for Oil and Gas, Delta State, Prince Emmanuel Amgbadugba, represented by Igo Indira, an Assistant Director of Admin in the Ministry. We have the Honorable Commissioner for Digital Economy, Science and Technology, Edo State, Dr. Bartholomew Brai. Is he here? Seated to his immediate right is my good friend, a friend of Seplat from days old, the permanent Secretary, Edo State Information Communication Technology Agency, Mrs. Bejita Eno Okodua. Before I swing back there, I think I should talk about two of the very prominent people, managers from our partner's office, the NEPL. I would like us to welcome Mr. Chinedu Ukazim, the manager, NEPL Seplat JV. Is he here? Now, it seems like at NEPL, you like a lot of Chinedus, because also here is Mr. Chinedu Emenike, the CRD manager. Please, a round of applause for him. Okay, so I'll go back to my list. We have the functioning permanent secretary, Edo State Ministry of Education, Dr. Mrs. E. Oni. A round of applause for her. Is she here? The permanent secretary, Edo State Ministry, okay, Ministry of Digital Economy, Science and Technology, Mrs. Abeyu Anaps. Welcome, madam. We have the chairman, Committee on Oil and Gas, Edo State House of Assembly, Honorable Nosayaba Okumbo. He's represented today by Edwin Omoba, the committee secretary. You're welcome. Okay, should I have missed you, I will come back to your name later. Today is a special day. We are celebrating teachers, and to kick that off, I would like to call on our very amazing Amazon, Dr. Chioma Nwachukwu, to give us a short opening remark. A round of applause, please. Teachers, was that enough? Great. Seplat teachers, Seplat teachers, and Seplat teachers. Fantastic.
Wow. What an amazing sight from here. You are seated looking at me, but truly, if you are in front of yourselves, you'll be very proud to be part of the people in this room. I am indeed very proud. I'm very happy, very delighted. And to everyone seated here, I say thank you before I start any speech. I say thank you in your respective capacities. His Excellencies, our Honorable Commissioner, and all the delegates and government and dignitaries here, Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol to just read a brief speech. But before then, I must add in the acknowledgement our teachers who are here today. Seplat Teachers! Seplat Teachers! Seplat Teachers! Yes, you are indeed empowered. Today is your day. So on behalf of the board and management of Seplat, I welcome you all to this year's special edition of the Seplat JV Education Roundtable and STEP Award Ceremony. This year's ceremony is a special one, as we just witnessed the launch of the Seplat STEAM Laboratory at the Lower College just before coming here this morning. And we know that the Seplat STEAM Laboratory is powered and supported by the STEP program, which we call the Seplat Teachers Empowerment Programme. The STEP program was inspired by recognition and acknowledgement that teachers are the critical stakeholders in the quest for quality education. Seplat therefore embarked on STEP towards empowering teachers with the science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics knowledge and skill sets to enable them deliver to our precious students in their various schools. Seplat introduced the STEM model of learning to secondary schools in Delta and Edo states to promote creative thinking, allow for higher student engagement, and offer a well-rounded education where science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics are equal contributors to the process of learning. Well, we know that in many private and public schools, we lack the infrastructure and resources that promote quality education. This often leads to various challenges for delivering quality education by the workforce who are our teachers here present and in various schools. So teachers struggle with classroom management, teachers struggle with students control, teachers struggle with bringing out the best in the schools. The work needed to provide quality education cannot be done by government alone. Hence, the Seplat Teachers Empowerment Programme was launched in 2020, and it has become a very critical initiative, a CSR initiative that seeks to build the teachers' capacity to bring out and unleash the best in our students. The STEP education has an e-platform, which I know all our many teachers in the room will attest to, because today is your graduation, and you are graduating because you have used the STEP platform. And through the STEP platform, you have been able to assess STEAM learnings that highlight best practices for implementing science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics education. The e-platform offers a collection of STEAM resources that teachers can access on a free device that Seplat provided for you through the period and that we live with for you. And we've preloaded these devices with customized training models. The program is structured as a 4-day residential workshop at the onset, which then takes off additional 6 months for you to go through the e-platform and go through various engagement to improve your leadership and enable you undertake self-improvement trainings. This year, 2020, this year is 2023, but we commence this celebration or this training for you in 2022. So the graduating students here for the 2022 and 2023 edition are 271 in number. They are drawn from public and private schools, and they went through a very rigorous competitive process to be selected. So I congratulate you. Congratulations. You have achieved indeed something worthy of note. You've improved yourselves, but remarkably, you know what this does is a multiplier effect. And so that's why I can authoritatively stand here to say for the 634 beneficiaries of the program since inception 2020, we can say we have touched 25,000 students. We know that the students have the highest number and you have the lesser number, but the impact you bring is amazing. And that again, we say thank you to the teachers for being with us through the process, for finding the relevance of the program and imbibing the very many positive outcomes. We have now said it is important as well to make sure we continue in taking the benefit of this program to a greater height. Hence, we have the STEAM laboratory, which will be coming to your schools through a competitive process, because we like to have that through a competitive process, just to be sure that want to put our mind to something that you have your hearts in. So if you go through the process, you go through the STEAM education, you go back to your respective schools, you deploy it, and we do our monitoring and checks and find that you have effectively utilized it, you'll be qualifying to compete for getting the STEAM lab. So the STEAM lab will also be supported with what we have now called Seplat Club of Innovators. So these two products, which is as a result of having STEP teachers, clearly shows how important and critical you are to the process of using STEAM education to improve quality education. So we count on you, and we know you will deliver, and we congratulate you for achieving today. So in conclusion, I must say that we're also looking forward to having our usual education roundtable, which we introduced last year at your graduation. And during the roundtable, we have an opportunity to look at issues that border on education and improving education. This year's topic is on the role of, the theme this year is the role of technology in teaching. And we have assembled the best hands who can give information around that. So in the next couple of hours or thereabout, in addition to your graduation, we'll have the roundtable, and we have the honor of Honorable Commissioner and all the dignitaries and representative of the governors to witness this. So this is a very important ceremony. Seplat Energy and the partners, we remain committed to making these significant impacts with critical initiatives which focus on providing quality education. And again, I go back to the SDG goals. As we all know, if we achieve the SDG goals, we are improving and enhancing our environment and the society. So with what we're doing today, we're improving and enhancing SDG Goal 4, which focuses on education. Once again, I welcome everybody, and thank you for being here. We are going to have a wonderful time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thank you very much. That was Dr. Chioma Nwachukwu, Director, External Affairs and Sustainability, Seplat Energy. Okay, looking at standing like a gentleman for her to sit down is our Director, New Energy, Mr. Effiong Okong. Effie, since you stood up, please can you give him a round of applause? Let's give him the microphone. Please come and tell us something. This is a gentleman I like to watch and learn from. He's a master of the art of speaking extempore.
You got me pants down. So I'd like to start on existing protocol. It's the morning, afternoon. Good morning again one more time. I think we're delighted to be here. I was actually touched. I was speaking to the Honorable Commissioner, and and we had a very brief chat around, how she was in the US and got pulled by the governor to come work for Edo State. It is very difficult to come work for government, right? I've never worked for government before, so I don't know what it takes like. I've always been in the private sector, but the truth is we have only one country, right? Nigeria. We know things are bad, not good, blah, 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 but we are the only ones who can make things happen. So I think Seplat is pretty much, I'll say, grateful to be given this opportunity to serve, to give back. You heard a very nice speech from Dr. Choma, so I won't go through all those kind of long speech, but I think the key thing is I'm actually really been impressed with how Dr. C and her team have been driving investment in the CSR space, both in health and education. So like she rightly mentioned, education is really the foundation of every society. And there's a whole lot of people that are less privileged. When I walked into that school a few hours ago, I was really touched. It just shows you how bad things have gone in our society. It's quite shocking because, most of us tend to send kids to private school, so you don't really have a clue about what happens. I'm also doing some charity work in Lagos Island, where I grew up. And the truth is, I came out of a very poor background. I say it all the time. I'm never shy of that. Poverty, and it's education that's actually taken me to where I am today. And that's why Nigerians all over the world, whether you're selling, tomato in Isoli market, right? Or you're selling grocery in Spa, Nigerians are very, very dedicated to giving their children education. All our life, if you check how much we earn and how much we invest before we take an average life, you see that every Nigerian put in so much. And that's why today, even though we have a country that's not working, Nigerians are proud to be everywhere in the world. You go to America, the professors, you go to Europe, Middle East, everywhere, shining, great examples, professor, doctors, leading huge organization, working for top world-class organizations. So I think in that regards today, you can see why Seplat is keen to try and support, do the little we can. The Delta State Commissioner did mention, government can't do it all. So we have to partner with government. That's why we're here today. But I think the credit comes back to you teachers. Today is about the teachers. It's not about us, right? It's your day. They say the reward for teaching is in heaven. No. Seplat doesn't believe in that. Your reward is going to be here. So I think we're proud to at least put in some bit of investment from the company in terms of our CSR. Like Seplat very well. We're a small Nigerian independent company. We have tall ambition to grow, and with partnership with our joint venture partner NEPL here today, we're committed to driving this program. I was shocked coming to this hall and seeing all these teachers. So everyone in life is impacted by a teacher. No matter who you are today, whether you're the president or CEO, you must have gone through some kind of education. So on that note, I think be rest assured that Seplat will keep driving this in support with our JV partner NEPL. And together we will make Nigeria great. So today, I want to say congratulations, teachers. I hope with this laudable initiative, you'll be inspired to do a lot more. Let's see how, in our little space, what can we do to get Nigeria great and get Nigeria back on track. Nobody will fix this country, exception of us. So on that note, I want to welcome back. I welcome the event. I will look forward to a very productive and successful ceremony. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Effiong Okon. We call him Effie. Okay, he did mention a couple of interesting things. He mentioned the reward of teachers being where? No, so you don't want to wait till heaven. And that's what Seplat believes in too. And that is why, ladies and gentlemen, our dignitaries, if you look to my right, we have a wall of fame. There are outstanding teachers who have been listed here. We will talk about this later, and we have a few things that we have lined up for them, because we in Seplat believe that as you go forward in life and you make progress and you impact and you make it, you will get your reward. I had also mentioned before that we had, as a guest of honor, the Secretary to the State Government of Delta State, Chief Patrick Uka, He's here being represented today by Mr. Joseph Modi. But because we now have, he was supposed to talk, but because we now have the governor here represented by the PAMSEC, it is my great pleasure to welcome Senator Ifeanyi Otto Okowa, represented here today by the Permanent Secretary, Basic and Secondary Education.
His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Delta Edo State, ably represented by the Commissioner for Education, Edo State. The Honorable Commissioner, Science and Tech, Edo State. Government top functionaries here present. Officials of NEPL, Seplat Company, my Lord Spiritual Temporal, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Seplat teachers, Seplat teachers, I'll follow the sequence. Seplat teachers, I'm pleased to be part of this education summit and award ceremony on the Seplat teachers, organized by Seplat and EAPL joint ventures, aimed at strengthening the education sector in Nigeria. This, as it were, is the speech by His Excellency Senator Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa, MON, Governor of Delta State. He was opined that in sincerity, the effort of Seplat is commended for its sustained interest in promoting programs to assist government in Edo and Delta State in upgrading the knowledge of our teachers, particularly in secondary schools. This had been done by way of extending their understanding of critical thinking, leadership, and improving their competence and competencies to teach their students through what is termed the STEAM methodology. In addition, the company has brought together today experts in the education sector to cross-fertilize ideas on entrenching quality education in our country. These steps, I will say, demonstrate the essential corporate responsibility by the JV. And accordingly, I'm particularly happy that with these interventions put in place in the education sector, the formal education system in both states stand the chance to get improvement. We will be able to train our children who today are children but will become responsible leaders tomorrow. It is, however, not enough to say that the future belongs to the children. It is most apparent that the children of today should be equipped with relevant information, relevant skills that will guarantee their ability to cope with challenges that the future will bring. The administration of His Excellency Senator Dr. Ifeanyi Otto Okowa has taken steps to ensure a robust improvement in the areas of funding, empowerment of teachers through regular training and equipping of our schools in Delta State. We have already revamped 6 technical colleges in the state with over 45 courses accredited. The government has also upgraded 8 existing vocational and technical centers, established Teachers Development Center to promote technical and conventional skills for quality and effective learning in our schools. The government also has renovated conventional schools with about 3,300 classrooms touched within a period of 3 years. It has also established more schools, particularly in the urban areas, as of today about 78, to decongest existing ones because of growing population. Apart from building and renovating structures in our state-owned tertiary institutions, the Delta State government has also embarked on a deliberate effort to encourage Deltans to acquire higher education through scholarship schemes. And the scholarship board has over 7 windows, that is opportunities for students in high school to access the state government financial assistance to further their education. May I add that another initiative on the tertiary institution aspect is the entrenchment of entrepreneurial program called TEP. It is designed to produce work-ready, self-employed graduates in Delta State. And this is to mitigate the issue of graduate unemployment. We also have sincerely looked forward to a pool of entrepreneurs who will graduate from our tertiary institutions and will eventually become employers of labor tomorrow. And Seplat company, in its deliberate efforts to transform the education workforce through the teachers training program. For our recipient who are colleagues in the public service, I want to say that you have been given a very unique opportunity to provide improved teaching techniques in our schools. This should invariably impact positively in our students. And surely you will be proud about the tremendous improvement you bring about in 2, 3, or 4 years' time. I urge you therefore to make Seplat proud by engaging in dedicated service in our schools. Now, I want to implore other corporate bodies. We have NEPL here. There are quite a number of companies running joint ventures with them. It is necessary to have them think about how best to support the educational system in Nigeria. You already are doing great by your partnership with Seplat, and we encourage you to do more. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of His Excellency Senator Dr. Ato Ifeanyi Okowa, the Governor of Delta State, I want to thank you for this opportunity, and may God bless you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Please keep clapping until he takes a seat. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. All right, just a quick rundown before we take on the next, and that will be, of course, our keynote speaker. But just before the keynote speaker, let me just let you know that there are no planned drills today in this hotel. So should you hear any drill, know that the fire alarm is for real. But should you want to use the conveniences, there's a door to my second door to my right there. Just go that way. follow the arrow and you'll be able to get to the conveniences. There's also an exit here, should you want to exit. And for those of us whose phones are like mine, kindly put them on silent, because you're about to hear your keynote speaker. If you can't go on silence, please switch it off. But before then, I mean, everybody is seated here looking, and I did take a note from His Excellency's speech, and I expected to hear you all clap, and nobody clapped. He said that Delta State had made a platform available where people, over 7,000 or something, so many students can log on to and to be able to get scholarship. Please clap for him. Those are the kind of things we look forward to hearing. Things that are lifting. He said a platform where students are going to be able to have access to scholarship and other opportunities. And everybody kept quiet. Are we all sleeping or are we awake? Seplat teachers, who can make a salad for me? Who can come and make a salad for me? Quick, 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 quick. Who can make the salad for me? Quick, quick. Come and make a salad so that we'll use it to usher in the commissioner, so that she will know that we learned one or two things.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Please. We take it from this side: watermelon, papaya, yes, banana. The last row will give us the fruit salad. All right, Seplat teacher, are we ready to go? Okay, this way. Watermelon, papaya, banana. The last row, fruit salad. Okay. Fruit salad again. Melon. All right. Papaya. Banana. We go. Fruit salad. Thank you very much. God bless you.
A round of applause for yourself. Okay, so now we're sure you're awake. All right, right after the keynote address, we are going to have the teachers from Ihugbe College come and give us a special presentation of what they have done. But right about now, ladies and gentlemen, please, a resounding round of applause as we welcome our keynote speaker for today, Dr. Joan Osa Oviawe, the Honorable Commissioner for Education, Edo State. I'm watching all of you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. If you are a teacher and you are an innovator, clap once. If you are a teacher and you are transforming lives, clap twice. If you are proud to be a teacher and you are in this hall this morning, I want you to stand up and give yourself a rousing round of applause. Good job, you. Thank you. His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Delta State, Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa, ably represented today by the Permanent Secretary, Delta State Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education, my colleague, the Commissioner of Science and Technology, Edo State, here present, the Permanent Secretaries from Delta and Edo State, also here present. I don't know if my permanent secretary is in the room. She's okay, Dr. Oni, Ministry of Education. Also, I see Dr. Birgitta Okuduga from our ICT agency, permanent secretary from our ICT agency, and all other PAMSECs duly present, as well as the directors from Seplat, led by Dr. Shoma Nwanshuku, and the Director of Sustainability, and as of CSR, I think. Pardon me. I think I'm nervous to be giving a keynote speech to teachers, so a room full of teachers. So I'm hoping people won't pick out all my mistakes. And then Mr. Effiong Okon, Director of New Energy Seplat, permit me to stand on all existing protocol. This light is directly on my face, so I'm feeling a bit discombobulated. So if I have messed up the protocol, kindly pardon me. Before when I was asked to come and give the keynote address this afternoon or today, I was like, this is not really something I like to do, because in Nigerian events, keynote speeches are notoriously long and boring. I don't know that anybody really listens. I know I don't, because once the keynote speaker starts with Nigeria is longitude 0 degrees from wherever and latitude 0 degrees from something, it's bordered on the north by this and on the, so all this unnecessary information that people always put forth to pad up their keynote addresses. So when I was told I would be speaking today, I realized that I was also looking for irrelevant information that I will use to pad up my own talk. But thankfully, Mrs. Esther Icha, when I asked her on my way here, how long do I have? She said 10 minutes. And I breathed a big sigh of relief. So I have less than 10 minutes to just sort of talk on the issue of transforming the education workforce in this era of technology. I want to also, before I go into my talk, really appreciate Seplat and NPLL for the amazing STEAM lab that has been donated or built for Iogbe College. We were there this morning, and I'm very, very excited for the school and for the teachers. We are in no doubt in a technology age. And for me, as a Commissioner of Education, when I look at the landscape of education in my state of Edo, as well as Nigeria at large, I am very concerned. I'm concerned because when you look at the statistics of between 10 to 15 million children out of school, if you look at the statistics of teacher shortages in our schools across the country, if you look at the statistics of dilapidated infrastructures in our schools, and even the lack of basic amenities in many of our schools, you start to wonder, which way Nigeria? Is there hope for us? And how are we going to build bridge that divide? So in Nigeria, we are still talking about exams, how we want to do things. We are still so grounded on 18th and 19th centuries education, whereas most of the rest of the world has moved on. You know, the other day for a while I was talking about the 4th Industrial Revolution, and somebody reminded me that some countries have already moved into the 5th Industrial Revolution. So in Nigeria, what edition of Industrial Revolution do we think we are in? I really don't know. But in all of this, though, there is hope. I can say this because of what we are doing in my state, in Edo State. I can say this. Thank you. I can say this because of the tremendous commitment that our governor, His Excellency, Governor Godwin Noregase Obaseki, has placed on education, starting at the basic level. We started in 2017 with the Edo Basic Education Sector Transformation, Edo Best, and we are now in Edo Best 2.0, which is a sector-wide education transformation. As a result of the work we've done in the last 4 to 5 years, I'm pleased to say that Edo State has not become the only subnational government that is considered an accelerator country by the World Bank and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And so that is why our governor is not here today, because as I speak, he's in Washington, D.C. on the invitation of the World Bank. He's speaking at the World Bank spring meeting, and he's the only governor on that panel. Every other person is a country. So we've done what we've been able to accomplish in Edo State, not because we have a lot of money, but because we have a sense of purpose and a sense of direction. So when we are talking about transforming the education workforce, some skeptics might wonder, how would we do that? When we don't even, how can we even bring technology into our schools? How do we talk about STEAM? How do we talk about innovation when we don't even have, in some cases, the basic amenities? For me, my response would be that where there is a will, there is a way. So in terms of transforming the education workforce, I would like to section off my talk in 4 categories. One is pedagogy, the method of teaching. The second is curriculum. The third is pre-service teacher training, and the final one is technology in our schools. On the issue of pedagogy, I think that if we want to transform our education workforce, we must have a pedagogy, a method of teaching that is suitable for the 21st century and beyond. It is no longer in vogue to have an education system or a method of teaching where the teacher is the only bank of knowledge, standing just in front of the students and teaching, where there is no interaction. And that is why for us in Edo State in particular, we have now adopted the learner-centered pedagogy. So at any given point, at any given time of instruction, there must be interaction between the teacher and the students, interaction between the students and the teacher, and interaction between the students and students. The other area I want to focus, and in doing this, in upgrading our pedagogy, we must also focus on what is called project-based learning. Project-based learning is when you inculcate both the theory and the practical, particularly at the secondary school level. I see a lot of, I was here last year when you people had the teachers had their training. And I was quite impressed to see the stuff that you all did with recycled materials. To me, that is a form of project-based learning. And I hope that as you have learned that in the course of your Seplat STEP program, that you took the same method back to your respective schools. So it's not enough to teach gravity, but how do you illustrate gravity? And what kind of homework do you give to your students to go home and do something around gravity so that they are better able to really understand the concept? It is no longer okay for our students to have book knowledge. It is no longer okay for them to be able to memorize and just regurgitate facts. Where we are now, our students have to be able to be both consumers and producers of knowledge. At the university level, in Edo State, we are now pushing our academic community to focus more on what is called a competency-based learning approach. Again, it's centered around ensuring that our graduates are really skilled and they are ready for the world of work. I move on to my second category, which has to do with the curriculum. Initially, when I thought about the problems of education in Nigeria, I used to think that maybe the national curriculum is problematic. But since I became a commissioner of education, I was forced to review the national curriculum. You know, In curriculum studies, there is what is called curriculopathy. Curriculopathy, that is the disease of the curriculum. So I just assume that the Nigerian curriculum must be diseased, and that is why learning outcomes are generally quite poor. But when I looked at our national curriculum, I was quite impressed. So the issue for us is not the curriculum, but it's how we teach it, and the method through which we teach it, and the tools with which we equip our teachers to be able to deliver transformative teaching and learning. So, and this is where technology is going to be quite helpful, because many of our schools don't have laboratories. And yet when the students are writing WAEC, NECO, any of the exit exams, there are days designated for practicals. But beyond the exams, if somebody is a physics, chemistry, biology, or a computer science major, and they've not had the opportunity to really engage with their hands and their minds on this topic, what kind of graduates are we producing? So technology is definitely a magic bullet for us in Nigeria. The third one is pre-service teacher training. This is looking at our colleges of education and universities of education. You know, when people talk about Finland as having the best education system in the world, they also talk about how in Finland, the teaching force, people who go into teaching are not considered the worst of the bunch. People who go into teaching are considered the best of the bunch. And I think for us in Nigeria, we must start rethinking how we have positioned our colleges of education or our teacher training program. And I'm also very glad to see that the NCC, the National Council of Colleges of Education, is doing a lot of work in terms of reforming the curriculum of our teacher training program. Teaching is a profession. Teaching is not easy. It's very difficult. And so for us in Edo State, one of the things we've done is to make technology compulsory. So you can no longer graduate from the Edo State College of Education if you are not technologically competent. You cannot be in our program if you don't come in on the first day of resumption with your own laptop. So this is very important, because a teacher can only teach what they know. You can only give what you have. And so where teachers are not technologically adept, how can they impact that to their students? And that's why I've also been quite impressed with the Seplat STEP program in terms of the various applications that are available to you, those of you who have been fortunate to participate in the program. When they told me about the various apps last year, I was very excited. In fact, they even gave me a tablet. Thank you, Seplat. But shamefully, I have not turned on that tablet since you gave it to me. But after today now, seeing what I've seen at the Ope College and what I'm hearing about some of our teachers and the innovators that you have become, I think I also now need to challenge myself and get behind what it is that you are doing. So on a more serious note, I do want to say that we take very seriously the resources that have been made available to our teachers by Seplat. And I promise you, in fact, I have the tablet with me, so I'll turn it on today and I'll start using those apps immediately. My final comment has to do with technology. It is extremely important that we start introducing technology into our schools. We started in 2018 by giving our primary school teachers tablets. At the time, we thought we saw technology as a tool that would allow us to ensure that teachers all get the same scripted lessons across all our schools, whether urban or rural. But we had no idea that COVID would happen and we would be forced to move on to online learning. So what COVID has done for has shown the whole world is that there are low cost or no cost technological tools that anyone can use, no matter how infrastructurally deficient that work environment might be. I give an example with WhatsApp, with Zoom, even social media, various social media tools. And so I'm very also quite pleased to say that across this country, particularly in the up-Bendel states of Edo and Delta, that our teachers have become quite technologically savvy. So introducing technology into our schools, not just from the point of view of tools, but in terms of in the areas of school management, school operations, data gathering, I think that will help us to leapfrog from the 18th or 19th century where that we are in to the 21st century and to possibly catch up with other parts of the world. So technology, science and technology, arts, mathematics are all extremely important. I want to close by acknowledging what Seplat is doing by recognizing the importance of the arts. Even as we talk about the sciences, even as we talk about technology, the creative and performing arts are also quite important. I think it was, if you are familiar, if you're a technology person and you use iPhone or Mac or any of the Apple computer products, you find that their products are very unique. And the late founder of Apple, or the co-founder, Steve Jobs, once said that he learned some of the designs for the font for the Apple, for the Mac, from attending art classes. So he was greatly influenced by calligraphy, how to write, a certain way. And so for me, it just shows that we cannot remove the arts from whatever it is we are doing. Art is part of our day-to-day existence. The art of creativity, the art of imagination, all of these are important. So my message to all of you this morning, particularly to our teachers, is that it's a new era. It really is a new era. We're in a new world. It's all about technology. Even as we grapple with applications, the rest of the world is already talking about artificial intelligence. They're already talking about robotics. All kinds of crazy things are happening. So the sooner we find a niche to get with the program, the better for us. And more importantly also, the better for our students. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please don't stop until she's seated. Don't stop until she's seated. Thank you very much, Dr. Joan Osa Oviawe, the Honorable Commissioner for Education, Edo State. All right, while that was going on, I saw some interesting people who came in. I recognize you, the base manager, Seplat Energy, Mr. Emmanuel Otokine. Please stand up and be recognized. Thank you for giving us so much support. I see, of course, behind my director, the CSR manager, Esther Icha, my own boss. Please, a round of applause for Esther Icha. All right. Seated beside her very good friend, Yemisi Hajarat of NEPL, where things are always cooking. All right, as I wanted to talk about somebody who surprised me who walked in here. He's very keen. He's been a follower of Seplat for a while, and he's a lover of education. He's actually the board member of the Lagos State Para Athletics Association, and he surprised us today by being in Benin. He decided to step in. Semiu Shitabe. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you for being here. All right, so just to remind you what's going to get down, we're already halfway done. We have listened to our special presentation, our keynote address. We're going to have one or two or three teachers talk about something special, particularly the Ihugbe College teachers. We're going to have them up next. We're going to have the roundtable, the discussion you've all been looking forward to. For that, I'll be introducing later Maurice Atoki, the Dr. Maurice Atoki, to take care of that. After that, we are going to give certificates to some of those outstanding teachers you are seeing there. And ladies and gentlemen, wait for the special one, all the way from Abuja, arranged by UN Women, under the auspices of the UN and our very good friend of the house, Yinka Akibu. We have an outstanding teacher's gift. It comes with an award and a cash gift. It will be presented today. It is going to be to a woman. So thank you very much. While I introduce him later, then you can clap appropriately. His name is Yinka Akibu. But right about now, let us have the teachers from Ihugbe College to come and show us what it was they specially learned from the STEAM teaching during the Seplat Teachers Empowerment Programme. A round of applause for them, please, quickly. We're going to have about 3 testimonials from this. Immediately after they finish, I would like to have Mr. Ayan Solomon, Nonso of Haven of Light School, Ewo, Edo State. You're going to come and talk in 2 minutes. All right, let's have what you have. Let's have here. Open it, yeah, place it here. Who's going to talk to it? Who will talk to it? You? Okay. Bring out some. Take. You talk through it while I pass it around with distinguished guests. I'll bring it back again.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Yes, team girl.
Please give us some encouragement by clapping for her. Talk about it.
I am Mrs. Esther Osase Oiboke. I'm a teacher in Ihugbe Secondary School. In 2021, I was trained as a STEP teacher by Seplat Energy, just the way they train the teachers seated here today. So in that program, they told us that when you get back to your school, go and do something out of the knowledge you have been endowed with. So when I got to school, I have maths club before, and I have to bring in the STEM club to add to it. So we started training children on how to do something on technology. But in this case, we use electronic waste to make the power bank that's in front of you. The electronic waste, by WHO, they said by the year 2030, if something is not done about it, you'll find that there's going to be a problem, particularly the plastic waste. So when I look at that, I say it's good for me to start something. So we use the dead computer batteries. Your batteries are no longer using. Everybody have computer. All those batteries are not using. We sort out for them. We get them. We open it. We check the one that still have a little left in it. And we recycled it. And we came about that power bank. That power bank, as you can see, one is 10,000 mAh, one is 15,000 mAh, one is 20,000 mAh.
Is she here? Is one of those.
At this junction, I want to appreciate Seplat for giving me this opportunity to be able to showcase my talents and other teachers. All these things you are seeing today, Seplat was behind them. We saw the idea to them. They love it, and they empower me to produce this. Thank you, sir. Also, I want to also appreciate my governor, the way I see governor. God will honor us, Obaseki. He's a man that loves education. He's a man that loves good things. He's a man that needs the best for his people. He gave us this opportunity also to strive. I will not forget to talk about, I call her my mommy. The teachers call her mommy. That is our honorable commissioner, Johan Oviawe. God bless you, ma. So I want to.
No, it's okay.
Okay. So at this junction, I want to appreciate everyone that is present here. And our future innovation, we are planning to use the plastic, the plastic you are throwing away, to make the casing of the power bank. That is our future plan.
That's you want to go into recycling. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
He's one of them.
Yes.
Please, a round of applause for the volunteer teachers that assisted him. What's your name? What? His name is Joseph. Please, you can. Okay, you want to say something?
I will not forget to mention Mr. Authority. He came into my school as a copper. When he saw what we were doing, he had to join us. He even made some. He made some chairs for the school. I want to appreciate him also. Somebody is presenting him here. And the setup company in Edo Innovates up. I want to appreciate you. May God bless you all. They gave us support to be able to bring out this for quality assurance. Thank you, sir. God bless you.
Thank you so very much. She is so full of appreciation for all those who have supported her in her journey of actualization, herself and her other teachers, her colleagues. Please, a round of applause for them. We know that this light gets to people, so sometimes when they get a bit flustered. But still on that note, the second person who's going to give us some little talk will be Ayawu Solomon Nonso, Heaven of Light. Is he here? Please step out quickly, briskly.
Our governor is not here, but I know that His Excellency Governor Obaseki never fails to support budding talents and innovators within our education ecosystem. On that note, and on behalf of His Excellency, the Ministry of Education is going to commit 1 million naira to this project. Thank you.
I don't know how it was that you hailed the governor before, but can you hail her again like that? You can go and sit.
Thank you, sir. Standing on the existing protocol, my name is Ayamu Solomon Nonso, and I'm here to just share a testimony of what this STEP program did to me. Last year, I was privileged to be part of the cohort for the STEP program, and I also got the opportunity of seeing Open Door Olympiad Scholarship. It's actually a Russian Federation project that affords students who participate and win to do their masters in Russia at any selected university. So I enrolled. It consists of first round and second round. After the first round, you go for the second round. After the second round, then you are selected. Then you select your university and proceed for your education free of charge with stipends to it. While I was actually enrolling, I was advised, I was not having any education background. I studied science, but I was advised by my mentor to enroll in more than one subject area: biotechnology, chemistry, and education. So I just enrolled in education. I was not having any background in education, that's the truth. And when the first round result came out, my name was listed. I had only 2 weeks to prepare, just 2 weeks. Then the literature recommendations were voluminous. I don't even know where to start. All I had to do was to go and pick my STEP tab, and I started following up. I read those materials back and front like no tomorrow. Then I sat for the online tests. That was the second round. And at the end of the day, my name appeared in all the rounds. I won all the track. And yeah, I won in biotech as a winner, I won in chemistry as a winner, and I won in education as a winner. So I'm just left to take one and like that. And I want to really thank the program because the contents were rich and they met international standard. If you pick the demo questions, it's not far from what we have in our STEP app. It's not far from it. So it helped me a lot during my preparation. And I also want to say thank you to one of us. When we were doing the STEP program, they taught us about collaboration and so many things. Mr. Ogo Vicent from Don Bosco. Yes, we met in STEP program, and when we got home, I remember when I was actually sitting for my second round, there was no laptop, but he gave me his laptop to use. He collaborated with me. He was always asking me about the exams, how it was going. I want to say thank you to him. And I also want to thank the organizers of this program. Thank you very much. You have changed my life. By God's grace, I should be starting my session September, October. And I want to thank God for everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That is what we aim. That is what we set out to do with this program. I'll take one more person before I introduce Dr. Maurice Atoki. I'd like to call on Gabriel Obwe of Green Park Academy to come and just tell us of. Incidentally, Green Park Academy is the school that are the current champions in one of our programs. Please, a round of applause for Gabriel.
Good afternoon, all. I want to stand on existing protocol. I'm so glad to be here. And once again, I want to thank Seplat for the wonderful work they are doing, especially for my school when we won the PILS quiz. It was so good. It was so good to see the joy in the students' faces when they received the gifts and everything. Now, one thing I want to commend Seplat for is this: when they want to do something for teachers, they go all out for it. In fact, anytime we come, the first time we came and we saw the environment, we were like, all this for us? Because in the society we are today, there is a sort of social strata that teachers are put below. So it's like what we just got used to, that teachers are just there. So anytime we see what Seplat prepares for us, it's like what they prepare for presidents. So it goes beyond our imagination. We start imagining whether it's presidents that are coming here or it's just for us. And we are so glad, we are so happy. I mean, that's one thing that we are touched by with what Seplat is doing. And above all is the knowledge that we are getting. I must admit to you, sometimes it becomes monotonous when you are teaching the same thing the same way year after year. So when Seplat came up with this theme, it was like an innovation. I'm telling you, it's more adventurous to climb a staircase than to be walking on level ground. So it's like we had to stretch, we had to learn it. And indeed, it was something new. It was something new because I teach physics. There was something I was teaching in physics under light wave, and I was trying to explain to the students. And the explanation for that thing was in the creative arts lab, not in the physics lab. The perfect explanation for that was in the art lab. It was something about reflecting colors and so on. I'm not an art teacher, so I was trying to say, oh, this color mixed with this and this and this. And the art teacher had the solution to that. So when I went back, I thought about it and I said, this thing I'm trying to teach, the art people, they are doing something like this. Why don't I get this and bring to my students? And it occurred to me that that's what STEAM is about. That's what Seplat is trying to impute in us. Bringing this thing together so that the students will have a holistic education, see it from different view, and they will approach it more confidently. And I did that, and I'm glad that this thing came to us through Seplat, that we can go beyond, go out, think out of the box to actually apply these things to our students. And I'm telling you, the students, they love it. They love this new approach to learning, that, oh, it's not just one way, we can bring others and do something innovative. It's a very wonderful one. It's a very wonderful one. And I wrote down some things that really touched me about this STEAM program. One thing I learned is that it's not a scripted curriculum as we are used to. The STEAM is an approach to what is already there. It's not what is written out in our guideline or our scheme of work that you should do this. No, the scheme of work remains the same. But the STEAM program is giving us an approach that we have never seen before, a new approach to what already exists. And that's what I love about it. We are doing the same thing, but using a different way to do it. Using a better way to do what has already been there, what we have been doing before. And I said, this one, I'll really go for it, and it's really a good thing. And I'll say, currently, it is very imperative that we facilitate learning environments that will bring about this type of learning that students really enjoy. And one of the benefits that I've seen in it is that students approach subjects now with great confidence, and it enhances collaboration among students. There's this thing about my students that, we in the sciences, we are above all. We know it all. We are the art students. Come on, leave them. They don't know anything, and things like that. But when I started telling them and letting them know that there are some things that when you go to the arts, you understand it better. Some things in science that you understand it better. I started giving them this idea that, come, you need to come together and make learning and learn together. It's not about science. Oh, we are the top. Arts, you are the down. I say, no. They are all important. There are things that are there that will make you understand even your science. And there are things in science that will also help them to understand it. And this was is a really good thing. I commend Seplat for that. And one thing I want to say again is that STEAM has helped to bring teachers together. The science student now realizes that there is something that the art student and the art teacher can impute in my class. The art teacher have realized that there is something the science teacher can impute in my class. So we have collaborated, and it has brought about this unity in us that we should work together. And when the student wins, it is we all that win. Thank you, Seplat. Thank you. We really appreciate you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for him. I actually wanted to stop him at the roundup of 2 minutes, but I got a signal from my director that this is part of what it is. This is a round table, so that we're all learning from here. Is an education round table. Seplat teachers! You're creative, right? Seplat teachers! Very innovative. Seplat teachers! All right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome Maurice Atoki to come and take the microphone for me. Maurice Atoki started her career in areas and still working in areas where she's impacting on sustainability. She sits on the board of Sustainability Professionals Institute of Nigeria. Open to page 10. Read about her. Please, a round of applause for Maurice Atoki.
Thank you very much, Charles. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, very honorable teachers. I stand on existing protocols. It's time for the panel session. This time around in this year, we decided to call it a fireside chat. But you're going to see differently because we're calling all of the very well grouped representatives from different subject matter areas as recognized by the United Nations. So we have representations from government, from the private sector community, from UN itself, and of course from Seplat. It's a one of its kind. We're very delighted to be here to have this conversation. And the idea really is to stimulate thoughts that will be of benefit to the majority of people here, which are the teachers, in re-looking at the topic and the theme of today. So we're going to look at the role of technology in transforming the education workforce in this part of the world. Please join me as I call the representatives of these subject matter areas in no particular order. Join me in giving them a round of applause as I invite Dr. Chioma Nwanchukwu, the Director of External Affairs and Sustainability, Seplat Energy PLC. You're very welcome, madam. Following, I will invite Mr. Yinka Akibu, is an M&E, Monitoring and Evaluation Specialist of the UNDP Spotlight Initiative. Mr. Akibu, you're very welcome. I also have the pleasure to invite Madam Kemi Shokenu Morris. She's the chairperson of the Executive Council of Sustainability Professional Institute of Nigeria, SPIN. You're welcome, madam. I have the honor also to invite Madam Audrey Odogu, the philanthropist lead of Microsoft Nigeria. Audrey, you're welcome. And last but not the least, I have the special honor to invite Madam Brigita Eno Okoduha, who is the Permanent Secretary, Information, Communication and Technology Agency, Edo State. You're very welcome, madam. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause once again for this very amiable and distinguished panelists and discussants that we've grouped together for today. By the way, it's very intentional. They were carefully selected, and we had preparatory sessions just to really bring it to the crux of the theme of this year's Education Roundtable by Seplat and NNPC E&P Limited. First and foremost, I would like to set the tone. And what I want us to get out of here is to have our representation, the Director of Corporate Social Responsibility and Sustainability of Seplat, give us the rounding discussions as every other speaker, after every other speaker must have given their own thoughts. The reason is that we want to bring it home. We want to give you an opportunity to reassess what Seplat has done in the past, what they are doing now, and what they have for us in the future. For me, I mean, this is particularly really important. And I recall that Mr. Effie mentioned something. A lot of the people you see looking important these days sometimes are from humble beginnings. I am one of them. And it just really resonated when he mentioned it. I don't know if you paid attention, but I did. It's amazing to see a distinguished Mr. Effiong say that he's from a poor background. Did you ever believe that? Please, Mr. Effiong, please can you stand up and let them see you again? Just so we know it's you. He's seated at the high table, and he's from a humble background. I am too. And it just goes to say that education is one of those opportunities, rare opportunities that life presents to take any human being from wherever to the place of princes and kings. Please let's join our hands together to clap for the notion of education that we all have access to in this life. I'm going to start with you, Madam, our representation from the government, and thank you so much. I know that you play a critical role. You're focused on innovation and technology in your official capacity. What I would like you to talk to is, from the government standpoint, how has it really been in terms of integrating technology into the education workforce practically? And we'll get to a place where we'll know what to take away in terms of learnings and what we want to add value to even as we evolve as a community. So tell us, as a nation, and particularly as Delta State, the Edo State, where you actually represent and where you work, what do you see that is really quite missing and what can be done more? Over to you, ma'am.
It's a lot. It's a whole lot of questions, but I will see how best I can look at them. In the first case, we are looking at the educational system, and now we say we want to transform the educational system, particularly teaching, with technology. Well, in the first place, we had to know what is teaching itself, and we also had to know what is technology. Technology, basically, I will just put it simply, as the application of scientific knowledge, scientific discovery. In other words, technology practicalizes what scientists have discovered. And also there is no technology without science. That's the beginning. I will also look at teaching. And when we are looking at teaching, we are not just looking at it as one size, imparting knowledge, and it's all embracing.
Right, right.
It's not just, okay, I come to the classroom, I dish out what I want to learn and I go. No, no, no. It must be interactive. And for us in Edo State, I would say it's a great transformation. Incorporating technology in the classroom, and how? Because to some people, it's something unimaginable.
Absolutely. I'm going to cut you short there because I want you to rank it. Quickly rank it. So give me a ranking. So if you were going to gauge where we are at now in Edo State in terms of this technology, what percentage will you give it?
Oh, I will give it up to 80 or more. Because,
Wow, that's a lot.
I am a teacher. I have a teaching background, and I have been able to teach like in the analog ways, you know.
Yeah.
But I also had an opportunity to use technology in my classroom, and the difference is clear. The performance, the outcome is higher.
Please give
when
a round of
you use
applause for that testament.
So-
I really, to say 80%, I'm really taken aback. And I really congratulate you, madam. I'm going to leave it there. You've spoken to what I wanted to hear. I wanted to gauge where you are at now so that we can also, be able to give Seplat the right feedback. So they have just 20% to go to cover.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Seplat. I'm going to go right to the representative from Microsoft. And that's Madam Audrey, who is in our midst today. For the first time, Microsoft is being represented here. It's deliberate, with their giants of technology. So we've brought them to just to give us that subject matter expertise point of view. Audrey, so tell us about what Microsoft stands for, number one, and what we can leverage as a community, but also as a society in terms of transforming the education workforce, just really considering technology, the advent of it in this part of the world.
Thank you very much. Standing an existing protocol. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Microsoft, I'm sure everyone have an idea what Microsoft is. Microsoft is the creator of your Excel, your Word, all you use on your system. However, it's a technological company that has a mission to empower every individual and organization to do more. That is simply our mission at Microsoft. And of course, it's headquarters in the US, but it's also a global organization. And what we do, especially particularly in hello? Okay. Regarding education is we have tools that can actually support education all around. Now, this is from the schools, from that perspective, from the teachers, from that perspective, and also for the students. These tools usually are easily accessed on the internet. They are free, most of them, actually. But we know that not everybody have access to this information, and which is why I was pleased to accept this invitation to be here to tell you that there are resources that can enable you to do more, to innovate more, to think and to shift the mind of those you are impacting in your various schools. In doing that as well, just to bring some concept into it, in what we do, you can't do technology without research, and it's the fact that by 2025, there will be new tech jobs, over about 50 million new technological jobs. I hope that, makes a resound.
A round of applause for that point, please.
So when you think of that, it means that the possibilities are endless.
Yeah.
What this lady, the teacher who has displayed here with the power bank, that is just something tiny, significant here, but tiny in the global perspective. What it means is that what she has done here, it can be replicated in different parts of the world, not just in Edo State or in Nigeria.
Absolutely. And if I might just chime in, I love that word replication. And what I see happening in the future is a potential Microsoft partnering with a Seplat to scale this intervention. I think that will really make a lot of sense for a nation like Nigeria and maybe Africa at large. I mean, Seplat is there through 6 years, are doing incredible things, but also guided by business strategy on the areas where they directly impact. But imagine that these solutions become a model, and there's a Microsoft to partner with as far as technology is concerned. We know that technology is the new official language, so it's really just bringing it home and making it happen. Audrey, thank you very much for your great contribution. The round of applause for her, please. And then I'm going to come to my darling friend here, who is the chairperson of the Sustainability Professionals Institute of Nigeria, Executive Council, Kemi Shokenu. And we had previous discussions. Kemi was really quite passionate about talking to areas of leaving no one behind. So we're talking technology. The world is advancing technology. But what about those who really, in terms of incapacity, are not able to quickly grab all of these opportunities that we see displayed across stratas. And we're talking about, people living with disabilities, special children, and so on and so forth. These are areas that we want to hear from you. How do you think technology can get to these people in a seamless way? How do we carry them along and not leave them behind?
Thank you, Morris, and good afternoon, everyone. Permit me to stand on existing protocol. Firstly, I would like to say that Seplat did a great job in terms of exposing us to what can be. Like the Honorable Commissioner said, and everyone else that spoke, we did visit the launch of the STEP program and in the Ihogbe School, Ihogbe College.
Yes.
And the motto for Ihogbe College was education for stability. And then also, Dr. C mentioned SDG 4, so did HC. And what I wanted to say about SDG 4, which I think that it's important that we highlight it. SDG 4, in my opinion, sits right in the middle of the whole array of the sustainability development goals. And there are 17 of them, which means that without education, we cannot achieve those goals. Do we agree? So, to answer your question, 6 years ago, we ran a program. We took a cluster of 300 vulnerable children, orphans and vulnerable children, in a hard-to-reach area in Nigeria. That area is considered hard to reach because it sits on the border of Benin Republic and Ogun State, a local government called Imeko. Now, these children are vulnerable because they're either single or double orphaned. They've either been molested as children or been trafficked across the Benin Republic, and we had to bring them back by simply getting on the computer, working with the state government to generate birth certificates. Can you imagine that? Being able to save Nigerian children because of technology and being able to generate birth certificates for them. So we got some of the children back, and we have 50 in that local government. In that local government, shortly, we had the issue of the Fulani herdsmen and the bandits. So the bandits were able to break into the perimeter of the school. And what did these children do? They started running and they didn't attend school. And then shortly after that, COVID hit. So we thought, how are we going to, one, keep the children safe, keep them engaged, and also educate them? And technology was the only answer that we could come up with.
A round of applause once again for technology over there.
So we provided little tools, which I'm sure Choma is going to, Audrey is going to talk about it some more. But we provided tools like, little laptops and tablets and tablets that they could use. And the children started working from home. And the first feedback we got was from the teachers. They found that they could actually teach vulnerable children who have been thoroughly stigmatized at their own pace, who have been ostracized to the side, thinking, oh, they are vulnerable and they're not in the urban areas and there's no reach for them to be able to access technology.
Yeah.
So we were able to take technology to them. And what was the impact? The impact was what we've all talked about today in terms of enhancing communication, building creativity amongst the teachers and the students, making sure that we could reduce stigma, because we do know that the world can be a very hard place, particularly for vulnerable members of society.
Yeah.
In addition to that, we were able to get the teachers to assess the competence of the children at different levels across board.
Right.
Even the teachers were excited, and they vowed that they would continue to use technology as long as we can make it accessible to them.
Perfect. And that's exactly what Seplat is doing in this community right now, leveraging technology to enhance capacity and capability of teachers in driving the education sector forward. Excellent. Thank you so much for that contributions and the work that you do. I'm now going to go to my friend from the United Nations. And previously we wanted to really talk to areas that we think is very significant for this kind of work that Seplat is currently doing. We think, we want Seplat to shine more. And in that discussion, we just thought the world needs to hear more about what Seplat is doing, and possibly just replicate it in more areas where we find the right partners. So Yinka, my question to you, sir, is just to give us a bit of that expertise that you have in terms of evaluation, in terms of performance, in terms of really measuring outcomes, and bring a bit of light into how much more we think Seplat can be supported to shine more. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Maurice. I'm so excited to be here again. I was here last year. I would like to pick up from where I stopped last year. Just right, I know and I'm so excited to see, because last year we talked about products. You see, the proof, education is enlightenment. You can define it any other, but you see, if enlightenment doesn't produce anything, they say we have educated illiterates. Because they can't produce anything, there's nothing. If you can't even produce anything new, maybe let's say if you're a fashion person, at least dress fine. Because the enlightenment for fashion you have, but we can't see it. I want to be very direct because there's no time. We are in the era of evaluation. Yes, we talk about technological innovation and all that is good. I mean, I'm not here to discuss whether technology drives education. We know. But the part that I want us to take very seriously is measuring the performance of what we do since we have adopted technology. So where are we? I'm an evaluator, so I'm going to talk from that perspective. And I've lost a lot of friends because of it as well. Because, we always like to tell ourselves, oh, you really did well and all that. I do it sometimes, but most of the time I just go to where the issues are. Globally, I'm sure we'll be hearing about 4 words. We have things like cost-benefit analysis. It's not so new, but it's there. You see, the first world countries are using it. Cost-benefit analysis. It's a form of evaluation. I won't go into it. The business world, they know value for money. That's the first thing they tell you. What's the value for money? It's also evaluation. It's performance measurement. You also hear things on return on investment, business term. It's performance. If you're in business, if you're losing, you pack up. In development, the new thinking is it fit for purpose? It's also evaluation because you need to know how are we making decisions? Are we making decisions by evidence, or we just make it to say, oh, we trained teachers and it was really good. Somebody says, so what? So after the training, so what? After the other retraining, so what? What is changing? Directly, I want to speak to the STEP teachers. First, to congratulate you guys for being a part of this. I think this is a movement. And I want to say that what Seplat is doing, it is a great job. But however, we need to start looking at individual performance. You've been trained. You've been empowered. I like the slogan we have. When I say Seplat teacher, what will you say? What else will you say? And what else? After today, please let them put performance measurement for me. You know the reason? Because if you
join our hands together, a round of applause for that pointer.
Yeah, quickly to make the point. We need to start delivering on results very fast. Part of the ways you can measure yourself is look at an indicator. You've been trained 6 months intensive. They've given you the package is great. We heard the testimony of a teacher here. I would say the state government should hold you accountable because you've gotten something that other teachers haven't gotten. If we take a STEP teacher and a non-STEP teacher, we should see the difference. That your performance is 80%, not just by someone saying, so he's a nice teacher. No, I'm not talking about real performance. One of it could be, if there's improved class attendance, that means there's something about the STEP curriculum or the STEM that is making, because I remember those as my teachers, I loved one of my teachers because he was so practical, I could understand him and all that. If your class is not improving, our STEP teachers, then there's a problem. If we have things like improved class participation because you now have new techniques through technology that helps you to make participation better, we should see it. you can even evaluate yourself, and we begin to have benchmark, because until we demand the results, they will just keep doing the good things and all that, but nobody's asking where's the product and things like that. Yeah. Things like improved students returning their homeworks on time. I hated homeworks because also I hated my teacher, because I don't understand. So why are you telling me to bring, and you are now, what you should teach us in class, that's what we say, what you should teach us, then you're giving us as homework. So we carry it home. And we will never bring it back until they beat us. And for beating us, we hated the teacher more. I won't mention the teacher's name. You know, I was feeling my head where I don't have it. She knocked my head. And that's not the, but however, Seplat teachers, this is the standard. Should we measure you after this with 4 or 5 key indicators and see that you have truly improved? If we compare a STEP teacher with a teacher in Kebbi that hasn't experienced it, because that's where we're going to evaluate it at some point. Yeah. It should be that 80% difference in terms of your delivery, your conduct, your style, your methodology. Absolutely. This is where we're going. Yeah. Performance measurement. Without it, or if you want to clap. I know I'm putting you on the edge, but this is the only way, teachers. This is the only way. I'm also speaking to our policymakers. This is the only way. When we start to measure performance, I must, let me pick one performance I saw. If it's not true, tell me, but I think it is. In 2022, just last year, the second best WAEC result was from Edo State. Wow. Is that true? You had 93.5% of the people that took WAEC passed. If that's true, because I had.
Please, let's join our hands together. Let's clap for Edo State, and let's clap for what Seplat has done to impact Edo State teaching. So, that's powerful.
Yeah, because I mean, Enugu is ahead. Edo came second. This is performance. This is the performance of teachers. We won't say because we've trained teachers, the teachers are so happy. They are so. It's the performance. It's what happens after the teacher.
So Yinka, I need to stop you there because it will be like I did partial for the others. So it's okay. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for him. Great conversations, great contributions. Really, really delighted to hear you nailing it down that much to the teachers and to all of us that are gathered here. And now, I'm saving the best for the last, as you all know. Dr. C is here with us for the first time on this panel. She's going to talk to us about how all of the value chain of their interventions actually add up. She's going to address what they've done in the immediate past, what they're doing now, and what Seplat has in plan for the future for the education workforce in Nigeria. Over to you,
ma'am. Good afternoon again, everyone. And our very able moderator, Dr. Morris, I'm really appreciate you giving me the last to speak after this very best crop of people have spoken. Because what he has done is to really unveil the reasons why Seplat is doing what it's doing. I want to back us back a little bit. The last person who spoke, he said, for them as teachers, they are at the lower rung of the ladder. So whenever he comes and sees what has been planned for teachers, he's overwhelmed by Seplat, what we have planned for them. I must tell you from my personal experience, because I was a teacher as well. I started with teaching in the university for about 7 years. It is not any different, even at that level, for you to feel as a lecturer or as a teacher that you are not well appreciated. But believe me, we the teachers, we are very critical and very important. So I'm happy that you are using this program to feel appreciated. But why am I saying this? I'm saying this because one of our speakers has said about 50,000 jobs will be created. Or 50,000 million will be created. And that calls for what? Different skill sets. Different skill sets. And if the different skill sets will depend on technology, you have become very critical in that number of 50 million jobs that will be created, getting our students, getting our children ready for it. So, if you go back again,
Nigerian competitiveness by Global Competitiveness Index from 2021 says that Nigeria is 122nd out of 140 countries in terms of digital skill uptake. 122nd. That's 2 years ago. I didn't check the recent one. I hope we haven't fallen lower. And we know everything that goes this way in Nigeria, we try to make sure it comes up, but I'm not sure how successful. So, but even at that, 122nd out of 140 in terms of digital uptake means that we need to really work on enhancing our skills to be ready for the future, to be ready to be competitive, to be ready for the 50 million jobs. So for us as Seplat, we are delighted that we're not just giving you the fish, we want to teach how to fish. And we started way back thinking of education as the bedrock and doing things about education. So I'm sure everyone here is well aware of our Pearls Quiz program. I'm very confident because these teachers are from various schools. And schools in Edo and Delta, literally, they all attend that Pearls Schools program. That program alone has touched over 52,000 students since inception.
Please, can we join our hands together for that growth and that initiative?
And thank you very much. And as a corporate, we have also renovated schools. And we're like, okay, this is a very good value chain. Let's close the loop. And what did we do? We designed this STEP program in 2020 to make sure that we have infrastructural development as much as we can, students enrichment and unleashing their potentials as much as we can. Then we have teachers. And through the STEP program, I won't go over it again because we have all seen and witnessed our last three presenters. I was almost literally jumping on my seat that within 2 years, this is what we have we have to show for it. So we said we have closed the loop with the STEP program. Then we sat back and said, if we were going to be relevant in the world, as another speaker said, that even when children could not go to school, they were able to use technology. If we're going to be very relevant in a world that is so technologically driven, we have not exactly closed the loop. So we decided to come out with this initiative we call the tripartite initiative of driving improvement in education. And what does this entail? It entails the STEP program supported by the STEAM laboratory and then supported by the Science Club of Innovators. So this creates the community of like minds and makes sure that everyone who has the desire to be evaluated, as you said, evaluation is key. And that's why we also said, for a STEAM lab to come to you, we will check. It's going to be competitive. We will check if you really are going to
optimize it.
Manage it, make the most of it. When we want to evaluate it, we will see very impressive outcomes and results. So it is.
Please jam your hands together for that
Thank you.
Very laudable evaluation that needs to be done and that Seplat is committing to also follow through. I did hear you talk about sustainability earlier, and it's all in that process. You can't sustain it if you don't measure or evaluate it. Thank you so much, Dr. C. Please go ahead.
Okay, so I won't take up that much time. So I know from their contributions, I'm eager to even hear more. What is important is when you drop this sort of initiative in very fertile grounds of wonderful environment created by the host governments of Delta and Edo, who have given very able hands opportunity to manage and drive education goals and aspirations of the state. As we witnessed here today, the speakers from these states, honorable commissioners, these are very distinguished personalities who are already aware of what needs to be done and luckily given the mantle to handle it. because that's always a problem. Those who know what is to be done are not given the opportunity to execute. So, but when we have opportunity for those who know what's to be done, once they see a partner, they realize that. And even our partners, NEPL, our JV partners, once we come up with these programs, they also realize that these are very important programs of just growing the Nigerian economy and the ecosystem for education. So we have all the collaborators we need to make this happen. And as a company, Seplat Energy will remain committed to ensuring that all these initiatives that we have built, we have sustenance plan that will ensure it stays on and remains very efficient.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Dr. C, for that laudable contribution and commitment re-echoed from Seplat. I will just give you 1 more minute all to give your closing remarks. So think about the very last message, and if we had the opportunity to say one more thing, what would you say to this distinguished audience of critical stakeholders in advancing the education workforce in Nigeria? Madam, I will start from you.
Thank you very much. You always started from me. You don't want me to learn from the others so that I can take it. Thank you so much. What I want teachers and everyone here in this hall to take home is that these opportunities that have been given are very real. And people have sought for this and not be able to find. For us in Edo, His Excellency, if you know what we call him, is digital governor. And every sector, not just the educational sector, but though it was started with the educational sector, digitalization. And so it's technology, technology, technology all the way. And you have been given this opportunity, and you have learned something. And I want to appreciate the teacher that were able to put do a recyclable and
a round of applause for our teachers once again.
And I want to tell
thank you for cooperating.
She's a mathematics teacher. Ooh. So so being an art teacher or mathematics teacher or science teacher, you can be what you want to be. When you have a platform like this, the 2.0 EdoBest has been launched, and that goes to the tertiary level, not just stop it. So this is an opportunity, make use of it, and bring out outstanding children that are globally competitive.
Oh, I like that.
When you win, of course, those states, as we
are
say,
winning.
Yes,
absolutely.
We are winners. We are never
a round
losers.
of applause for her.
So we are in Guinness World Record.
Yes.
In terms of teaching and learning.
Yeah.
I am not just saying it because I want to say it. Yeah. It is a fact.
Oh yeah, they're evidence-based.
So yes.
And we totally agree with you.
These opportunities are very rare, and now you get hold of it, grab it, and come out like my gentleman has said, yes, that we need to evaluate. And I tell you that when we are lucky that WAEC has given example, there are others that are saying that we don't know. Students that are performing, even up to writing international competition.
You have 2 more seconds.
Coming out in international competition. Our students have to be given awards on American mathematics competition they wrote right here.
Oh, wow.
And Edo State School was only public school. Others are private.
Let's jam our hands together for Edo State education workforce. Thank you very much, madam. We applaud you, really.
Home, go and perform and let us have good
Even
results.
the passion that you talk with just really tells me that you guys are working together, and also from the commissioner herself. This has come to stay. I see Edo State really enjoying even making this happen, and that by itself is really applauding. So thank you very much, Edo State, from the heart of Nigeria itself. A round of applause for Edo State education workforce. Madam Shemekemi Shoken, you have just 1 minute. Please stick to 1 minute.
I'll
Thank
try.
you.
I have the opportunity to talk to teachers. It's normally the other way around, but I'll try. So for me, what I would like to say is, I want to think about economic empowerment for teachers. If I were in your shoes, I would be, and I have been, I would be asking, okay, so I have all this, what next for me? So the question that I'm asking myself is, how do we create generational wealth for teachers and students and their family members so that they can thrive in this struggling economy. I have more than 3 jobs, as you see me so, which means that people need money. They need to be able to grow. Teachers need to be supported.
Somebody had money and clapped, right?
So, you know, you have the opportunity, or we have the opportunity and the platform to transform what has already been given to us using knowledge economy, so openness, being creative, thinking outside of the box. And that feeds into the digital economy, where you can use IT or ICT to build efficient services and quality products that you can use to generate income. And of course, that also feeds into the global inclusion, because inclusion, financial inclusion, is a huge issue that we all need to be screaming about, particularly for vulnerable groups like ourselves in developing countries. And that also feeds into the global online community. And with permission, Honorable Commissioner, recently or nowadays, the information that is out there about our lovely country, Nigeria, it's online. And sometimes it's quite negative. So how do we change the narrative? It's by sitting at the table of the online community, particularly the teachers and the students vis-a-vis the youths. So the last thing I have to say, and I'd like the teachers to repeat out after me, is think big.
Think big.
Start small.
Start small.
Act now.
Act now.
Thank you.
Excellent. A round of applause for that closing remarks from R. And then I will take Audrey from Microsoft. Please, your parting remarks.
Thank you very much. So first, you know, when I walked into the room, I asked the Seplat lady sitting by me, I was like, all those people with those t-shirts, are these the teachers? And she said yes. And I was like, this is great. So just a little bit of, I'm a daughter of a teacher.
Oh.
You know, and I didn't grow up as a privileged child, but I am a product of my dad who used education to become privileged. So this is a generational benefit. And I'm always proud to mention that anywhere I go. A daughter of Delta State as well. So, and I know my time is fast running, but my message is very clear. For the organization I work for, these resources are available, but a lot of people are not taking advantage of it. We have done programs with governments from different states, for instance, Lagos, Bayelsa, Ogun. But what we see is low adaptation of these tools. They are actually there. And another thing is for...
Then you need to do it the Seplat way.
Yeah, so this is a wonderful platform, to be honest, because the truth is that with technology, you can't do it by yourself. People have come to realize you have to work in collaboration. But for collaboration to happen, the environment has to be there, which is what Seplat has provided. So take advantage of it. And from one thing I've come to know about teachers from my mother, teaching never ends. There's no retirement from teaching. She has retired for almost 10 years now, and she's still teaching one way or another. So it never ends. Use technology to enhance and build a skill. Let you be the teacher that people will say, you don't retire, but if exactly.
Speak the waffy, speak the waffy. Thank you so much. Remarkable, remarkable. A daughter of Edo's Delta State. It's really nice to have you back or closer to home to hear these remarkable things and to really see this impactful initiative right closer to your heart. Mr. Yinka Kibu from the United Nations.
All right, thank you so much, Maurice. I think I've already talked to the STEP teachers. You are in a program that is powerful. It can transform Nigeria, starting from Edo State. If we do it well, if you evaluate yourself to say,
let's jam our hands together. Did you hear that? It can impact a whole nation.
It can. And for me, that's where I'm going. I'm already waiting for you there. In the next 2 to say it's happening, so that policymakers can say, based on the evidence of evaluation, every teacher in Edo State should go through STEP, so that number one you can maintain, you know, and other states can now say, they're doing it here. It will have had value for money, fit for purpose, return on investment. That's it.
Excellent.
But for my last word will be for our duty bearers, the government. everything starts and ends with leadership. If you see something going fine, it's because there's leadership. If you see it fall, there's a bad leader there. And that's why, I mean, to complement what is happening here, we need government to take everything done here seriously. And my last word is just a quote, so you can just, you can have it maybe after now. He says, let's adopt the culture of performance monitoring, of evaluation. So the word says here, what gets measured gets done.
Yes.
If we do not measure results, we cannot tell success from failure. If we cannot recognize success, we cannot learn from it. If we cannot recognize failure, we cannot correct it.
Wow.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, especially also for that quote. I'm sure it resonates with all of us here. And lastly, but not the least, also to hear Max.
Okay, 1 minute. So everybody has said something that I feel that just supports what I said earlier on. You have been given the techniques of how to fish. We have not just given you only the fish, but how to fish. So I wish you the best of luck as you try to apply this in enabling yourselves and your students. So please realize that it's an opportunity for you to enrich yourselves as you empower your students. So I wish you the best of luck. For our...
Let's clap clearly. Let's clap clearly.
Thank you. Again, I'm very thankful to the state governments and the officials from the two state governments of Delta and Edo State. Without their partnership and collaboration, some of these achievements would not have been there. And I do know that he says it comes from leadership, and I do know that they have the right leaders. And they, on their own, have a lot of programs to support education. So we are all towards achieving that journey of improving and enhancing education. So thank you for that, and to our partners. And of course, let me use this opportunity to say thank you for conducting the roundtable. Short, but the message is clear.
Absolutely.
And well delivered. Thank you, panelists. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you to the distinguished panel of discussants that we have today. Please rise so we take our pictures. Are there photographers in the house? Please, can you take pictures of the panel of Seplat's JV Education Roundtable Education Summit, theme transforming the education workforce, leveraging technology. It's been a pleasure. My name is Dr. Maurice Atoki. I'm very honored to have moderated this session.
Let's have the man here. Okay, so that gender balance. Did you learn anything from it? Did you learn anything from it? All right, so we'll have them so that it goes in our archives, it goes in our photo book, it goes in our yearbook, that these were the people who impacted our lives for the Education Roundtable 2023. Thank you very much. All right, for the very next round, we talked about having a wall of fame. So now that we have dignitaries here, we would like to have them present, some kind of handshake to let people know that should you work hard, the reward is here on earth. I'd like to call on my manager, Esther Icha, the CSR manager, Seplat Energy. Round of applause for her to handle this segment. This segment, we are going to be giving certificates to the 10 outstanding teachers. And they are going to also be giving some special gifts. In no particular order, I will call them. Are you ready? I should call the person who... To present the very first one, I'd like to call on Dr. Chioma Nwachukwu. She will be a constant feature in all of these photographs. Dr. Chioma Nwachukwu, please, a round of applause for her. I'd like to call on Igo Indira, representing the Honorable Commissioner of Oil and Gas, Delta State, Prince Amdugba, to come here and present the certificate to the first person. These are outstanding teachers. Even some people are hungry and they complain higher than me. The 10 outstanding teachers here, please, while you're standing here, Aniboro Bethel Okeogene, please step forward. Ayetoma Henrietta Ohale, step forward. Chukwusa Chukwemeka, step forward. Eda Happy Ero Mala, step forward. Lizatai Ehuvu, step forward. Lawrence Inegbenosu, forward. Iyimbo Temitope Victoria. Madukelem Ashonye. Mwemeka Omenogo. And Waifu Ukamaka Juliet, step forward. All right, for the first person, Aniburu Bethel, we're having Indira give. All right. All right, for those who will be doing the presentation, I'd like to see Mr. Augustine Uhuru here. Mr. Effiong Okon, Dr. Joan Oviawe, Dr. Chioma Nwachukwu, Mr. Jude Modi, Mr. Chinedu Kazim, Mrs. Kehinde Odeowo, Dr. Badlo Mibrai, Brigita Okodua, yes, you really want to. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for all of these people.
Okay, the 10 outstanding teachers that are here completed their module training and they scored from 75 to 90. On the discussion board is supposed to be an interactive opportunity for the teachers to bring out their ideas from what they have read. Most of them contributed on an average of 70. We actually have somebody here who contributed so much, but I'll leave that for the last. So these are outstanding teachers. If you check their contributions on the discussion board, if you check their participation on the module training, you will see that, yes, truly, they've done very well. Thank you. Charles, please hold your lips.
Congratulations. Well done.
Just raise it.
Bethel Anigoro. Bethel Anigoro. Okay, again. Ayetoma Henrietta. Ayetoma Henrietta. A round of applause, please. Chukwusa Chukwuemeke. A round of applause for Chukwusa. Thank you. Happy Edda. Happy Edda. Lisa Tari. Lisa, you're special. Lisa Tari. A round of applause for her, please. Eyimbo Victoria Temitokpe. Lawrence Inegbesu. All right. Madukelem Ashioye. You're special, you're getting from our guest of honor. Moemeke Omenogo. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to specially announce Uwaifo Ukamaka Juliet. Please step forward. A good round of applause for her. I'll let Esther tell you why. Step forward.
Yes. Juliet is performed the best in this year's teachers training. She contributed 90 times in the discussion board with very, very good questions and analysis of what she studied. She also did her test. She scored 90 in the 4 modules. This is really outstanding and remarkable. Thank you very much.
All right, to present to her, that's why I said she should come forward, is our special guest today, the Honorable Commissioner, the Honorable Governor of Delta State, represented here today. To stay here, our Director of New Energy, to join him. And of course, as she's getting this, she has a special award from Mr. Yinka Akibu. Step forward. The special award from Mr. Yinka Akibu. Dr. Chioma Nwachukwu, of course, will join. Now, Yinka will tell us about the special award. Let's also have the Honorable Commissioner, Dr. Joan Oviawe, to join this outstanding pupil. Outstanding teacher. We learn every day. My apologies. In the morning, when I called her name and called her out, she was like, why is he calling me? She did not know that she was the surprise of the park, and I'll give the microphone to Yinka to talk about the special award.
Quickly, we made a promise last year, we couldn't give it, but this award, if God has it, is going to be standing. As long as we do this project, it will be coming every time. All right? And the award is titled Star. The star means something. She said it all because there's a criteria for it. I mean, we're all good, but someone has done the extra. And you know what Nigeria needs is that extra. If all of us can just a little bit more, we'll start to change the culture and things, and a new Nigeria can come. The star says the S stands for special, the T stands for teacher, the A stands for achievement, and the R stands for recognition. So it means star, special, teacher, achievement, recognition. Congratulations, my sister. Yes. We also have, we don't want to promote money so that they won't, but there's a cash backing. We won't say the amount, but it's good for you. All right? So let's celebrate her as well.
No, the vote of thanks. This is the reward for excellence. You will dine with kings. All right, while that is going on, I'll have you know that we still have all of your certificates here. But sorry, you'll be getting it from me and other people. Not from the distinguished people. Because we will release them at some point. But we also have to let you know that we do have lunch for you right after this. Because I could hear people crying like the way my stomach cries too. And our distinguished gentlemen over here, we are going to host you, I'm sure you have been told, upstairs. The fourth estate of the realm. And please, the JP partners, please join in this photograph. Let's have the two Chinedus and of course our very own Hajara Lawal. Please join in this photograph. Because right after this, I will be holding down and giving this microphone to Chinedu Emelife from NEPL to give us a goodwill message. So once I get them out, I don't let them go back without saying something. All right, looks like nobody is smiling. Can somebody say Seplat there? Seplat. All right, behind me again, the teachers, Seplat. All right, after this, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Yinka Akibu. We truly appreciate this. You know, the thing with all these UN nation agencies is they don't like to talk about money. I know that there's an envelope that was very securely wrapped there. What I don't know is if it's Naira or dollar, Mr. Akibu. Okay, we're rounding off gradually, but just before the vote of thanks, we do have a goodwill message. All this would not have been possible. Silence, please. We're almost at the end. All this would not have been possible without very, very key collaboration from our partners, NEPL. NEPL is NNPC Exploration and Production Limited. And to give us a goodwill message, representing their MD today is Mr. Chinedu. Now my pronunciation is wrong again. A round of applause for Chinedu, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stand on the very established protocols. My name is Melife Chinedu. I'm a lead community relations of NNPC EMP Limited. Your Excellencies, the Executive Governor of Edo State, ably represented, Your Excellencies, Executive Governor of Delta State, ably represented, commissioners here present, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I am here to present a goodwill message from the MD of NNPC EMP Limited, Alhaji Ali Mohammed Zara. And I have a speech presented as it goes. Good afternoon once again, distinguished guests, friends, esteemed teachers, our partners. It's an honor to welcome you all here to this wonderful summit, NAPL Seplat JV 2023 Educational Summit, themed Transforming the Education Workforce. I would like to say to every one of us that education, if you agree with me, our education from kindergarten to adults is a continuous process. And it is a thing of pride to state that teachers are the center of education system the world over. And our nation is not left out. As a result, education affects our future, the future of the kind of society that we put in place for our children. NEPL and Seplat JV has chosen to appreciate the work and contributions of teachers in shaping this future that we talk about, that represents the soul of our very nation. As the saying goes, education remains the bedrock of every society. And I know the Master of Ceremony has enjoined us that we will no longer wait for our reward, teachers, to be in heaven, that with partnership we have with our partner Seplat, we must ensure that you do reap that reward here on earth. We have put in place modalities to organize this program starting from 2020 up to this present moment, and we will continue to hold this program as we proceed to touch the life and the education capability of our host states and communities. This program has been going on for months, trying to equip and train the teachers using technology-based platforms, gadgets, to improve the teachers' capabilities in science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics through Seplat Teachers Empowerment Programme, STEP. We hope that this will help the education community in the areas we operate, specifically and broadly, and will be more digitally empowered to be more sustainable and more resilient. For the occasion of this summit and STEP Award, I leave you with these words. If you want to eradicate bad things from the world, just spread the message of education. This is because education is the rays of light that can lighten the world. It is on this very rock that the greatest nations of the world are made. Our teachers. Seplat teachers. Seplat teachers. Seplat teachers. We have indeed, with our partner and the program they have just completed stepped you up. As you have been stepped up, we believe that you will go and also impart the life of the children under your care. Use the skills that you have learned, develop it in great teaching tools that will enhance the education learning of the children under your care. As you do this, you improve the education in your schools and of course in the state with over far-reaching spread in Nigeria at large. We'll join you, so please utilize this knowledge judiciously. Just as one of the panelists has said, the ultimate goal for this is to have improvement in the education delivery that will impart on the students. So therefore, if what you learned did not translate into improvement in the education capability and learning of the students that we teach, then we will not have achieved any result. So I urge you to please utilize this as you improve yourself. Make sure we impart to our students and the people around us. I thank you all as we all continue on this program, and when we depart, I wish you all journey mercies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chinedu Emelife. I got it right this time. A brother of mine, but I was calling him very, very wrongly. All right. We are now at the last, I wouldn't call it speech. He was the guest of honor. Unfortunately, we couldn't take him as a guest of honor. We're talking about Chief Patrick Uka. He's the SSG to Delta State. He's represented today by Jude Modi. We're calling him today to give us a vote of thanks. Please, a round of applause for him.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, ably represented, all protocol duly observed. When the big masquerade is around, the small one stays behind. His Excellency is here and he has spoken. I have the privilege to give the closing remarks. We are always happy as a people from Delta State. Each time we have the opportunity to come here, it's like a homecoming for us from people of Delta State. And Seplat has always given us the platform to come together. On that note, I want us to give a round of applause to Seplat. Thank you for that opportunity. The theme of today's program, which is transforming education, is one of the process. The theme is transforming education. The country and the world at large is undergoing transformation. And the only people that can do the transformation are those people who are teaching. And teachers have been in the forefront of every transformation. And Seplat has taken this opportunity to bring the teachers and all of us who are also involved in the process of transformation together. So we are thanking Seplat for this opportunity that they have given to all of us, and more particularly to the teachers who are the drivers of this transformation. That this opportunity that we have been given today, we should drive it and guide it jealously. Those of us who are opportune to be here are privileged. What you have just learned, or what you are learning, is what other persons have not. Some people have spent money to go and learn technology, but you're having it on a platter of gold. It's also expected that you give it also through the students and other teachers. Mr. Yinka has been emphatic on the aspect of evaluation, and Seplat has always shown example. By the certificate which you have been given, it is also an evaluation that we have measured those who have been trained. And we are encouraging you that you also give back to the society what Seplat is giving to you. At your own level, you try to make others to experience what you have learned. And by that, you are encouraging others, both students and teachers. While we were at the laboratory, the lab being set up by Seplat, I was very encouraged, and I said it's necessary to emphasize that we need to supervise those aspects of those things that are put on the ground by Seplat, because I found a situation where students will come and they see a free Wi-Fi, free internet facility. If they are not properly supervised, they might divide their attention and use the opportunity that we're given to do other things. So we want to encourage teachers who have been given this opportunity to adequately supervise the students, so that what is being put in place will be put to adequate use. And as Mr. Excellency has noted, as a government, the government of Delta State, I'm also very much aware, the government of Edo State will continue to ensure that the enabling environment is given to Seplat, as we encourage and look forward to other organizations to follow the aspect of what the Seplat is doing. In other claims, you see emphasis on science, but Seplat has come to bring both art and science together, emphasizing on the aspect of synergy. It's a welcome development and something that we should all embrace. Thank you, and thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Chief Patrick Uka, the Secretary to the State Government of Delta State. DJ, right about now, please cue in the national anthem. I'm happy to say that we have come to the end of today's proceedings. The Seplat JV Education Roundtable 2023 with the theme as transforming the education workforce. My name has been Charles, and still is Charles Ifediba. I have been your master of ceremony. Please, let's stand up for the national anthem. Special thanks goes out again to Mr. Yinka Akibu from UNDB. He's an M&E specialist. He's the person in charge of the Spotlight Initiative. He has been the one who presented the special gift to our outstanding teacher. A round of applause for him, please. The national anthem. All right, if the DJ is not ready, can we have a teacher join us? Join me here in front. Let's start it. Seplat Teachers. The teacher join me. Let's start with the national anthem. Let us say it together. 1, 2, 3, go. Arise, O compatriots. Nigeria's call obey. To serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and mind, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. Thank you very much. A round of applause, please. Stanley. Teachers, please stay. We haven't finished with you. Let our dignitaries depart, and then we shall conclude our business of the day.
Please, teachers, remain seated. Teachers, please remain seated. We just have a few minutes to wrap up. Thank you.
What? What?
Teachers, please come up the stage.